Hello, everybody. What's going on? I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. It's TCH Live Thursday, 5:10 Uncapped here on TCH Live. Yeah, we got Miss Carolyn back in the booth joining me. What's going on?
What's up? Pumped to be here. I think this is going to be a fun game today.
I agree. I think we've got a very good game in store for everybody, and we're going to start things off with our usual $25 double board PLO bomb pot. Taking a look here in the chat, we got all the usual suspects: Jedi Master Ted, Reyna, Ragnar, Cruelster, Poker Monkey. What's going on, y'all? Frank joining us as well. Welcome to the show, everybody. All right, we'll get these cards scanned in here momentarily, except we won't because Kristen left it on Holdem.
Kristen.
So we're going to just be looking at half the cards.
That is true.
Slicer has a set of jacks, for sure.
Kristen said it can only go up from here.
Ah,
so,
yes.
Yeah,
yes. Well,
I agree.
Well,
All
all right, Katelyn here betting 200 with her flopped 8 high flush. She may have an additional heart as well, unlikely that she would just be betting the 8 high flush. So I presume that there is like an ace of hearts in her hand as well. Could also be a set of 8s. You know, you could bet a set of 8s with the flopped flush as well. As it stands, going to get called in 2 spots. Slicer still working with the set on top and unsure of what's going on with the rest of these cards. But Katelyn's going to continue betting here to the tune of 400 half pot. On here, his 2 cards not interacting with this board in a great way. But we all know that On likes to see all the cards and sort of see if he can make a good hand by the end. It's going to run out pretty innocuous. The board does pair on the bottom. Slicer does not get the board pair on top that he needed to improve the full house. And it looks like we're just going to check it all the way down and turn the cards over. King high flush here for Katelyn?
Yep. King high flush and just a pair of 8s on the bottom. Slicer's got a 4 for trips with an ace and a set on top. And On has
Unknown, yeah.
As of right now, he has a pair of 8s.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Dangler just got in there for Slicer to win him half the pot with the 4.
Yeah, I could see On continuing with like King 8 or something on that board.
Makes a lot of sense. Could have even picked up something like backdoor spades. There we go. We do get Katelyn's hand read in entirely. And we're just getting everything caught up as we do have to punch these cards in, or else the pot will not be awarded in the software. Just, you know, sort of a standard issue.
Yeah, and the camera is on Katelyn and Slicer, but that doesn't necessarily mean On does not have a winning hand here. So we're going to find out once we get the cards.
Oh, no. Now it's showing Slicer with ace-4 of hearts.
I had ace, king, queen, deuce, double suited, and I flopped.
Oh. Yeah, Kristen, it can only go up from here. So.
Well, yeah, okay. All right, so we've got some user error, but the Slicer stack is going to be a little bit out of whack. For the rest
Katelyn
of the
smashed both these flops with top 2 on the bottom and the king high flush draw, so it makes sense she was betting.
Okay, actually, okay. So Kristen does get the stacks sorted out here in a moment, but anyways, yes, Katelyn and Slicer chopping that one up, and we'll move on to some 2-card action here on TCH Live. Thank you guys again for tuning in, and let's see if we missed anything here in the chat.
A lot of gambling.
A lot of gambling going on. Hell yes.
Jedi Master Ted is, or was, maybe still here. Yeah.
We got
What's
Alice
up?
joining us as well. What's up? JTM New York, what's going on? Daniel, hello. Right, good to have everybody here hanging out with us. And you know, let's do some 2-card on this hand, and then let's get some gamble on ourselves.
Let's go.
So I need to pull up my stream still.
Yeah, hit that like button while you're at it.
Yeah, buddy.
You guys out there can do that too.
It is, yeah. It's a call.
Be very afraid, gentlemen. Be very afraid.
Stream.
Looks like it's folded around to the players in the straddle or in the blinds. Okay, the players in the blinds. And they're all going to call.
I guess.
And BK will. Oh, BK is one of the. Okay. Yeah, so everybody just limps or calls or whatever, and then we see a flop. Jack high. BK here going to check from the small blind here. Generally speaking, you tend to want to attack a board like this multi-way when it's limped to you, but does go for the check call here with the top pair. Here comes a spade on the turn. Checky, checky. On going to slow down with his top pair inferior kicker, and it's going to run out 4 to a flush. Neither player controls a spade, so we'll check it down, and the king will play to drag the pot. Okay,
Yes.
let's gamble it up. Do you want to go first or second?
I don't care. You pick.
First, so you go second.
Just gotta check where the last roll was. See what the chances of me. I think I have a good shot at this.
Big blind Annie, please.
You're probably right, because I just rolled a 25. All right, 5, 10, and 25 with a 50 on as well. Kevin going to put out the 50.
Has Kevin played on the stream before?
Kevin has. He played actually last week, so
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Look at me raise correctly. Boys, you're so proud of me.
9 raised.
29. You got me by just that much.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank
Take
you.
that woman her money. And Katelyn here, waking up with some kings after playing on the Hustler stream, whatever that was, last week, where she got kings 3 times, got paid a bunch, and had just a generally good time. Shout out to Katelyn for running good, playing good on the Hustler stream, and now
Yeah.
here we are.
Oh, king in the window.
King in the window, yeah. Good things happening when Katelyn gets kings.
Uh-oh.
Not sure if she'll get any value out of her opponent. This is a
What was the
rainbow
color?
board.
Nope.
And yes,
That would
it's
be a
going to
no.
be a bet and a fold.
No, I don't want
Rainbow
to
board like this,
There
yes, the 7 and the 6 are connected, but it's definitely something to be said for checking back top set. It's one of those things where, like, checking back top set, the solver does it a lot. When you have just like everything locked up, you're against an opponent that has a weak range. But at the same time, it's like
It
if you don't
looks
bet,
super
then
suspicious to just check. Like it's like,
Live
I don't know. It feels like it's a bet there so often that checking it seems, you're like, why are you checking it?
I mean, yes, that's true, but at the same time, you're gonna have things like 8s, 9s that like are fine with betting, but also fine with checking back. And if you're betting 100% of your king high boards, like, then you just have no checks, and so then you're probably over bluffing, right? Because you're gonna miss a lot. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's 2 ways to look at it for sure, but it's
I
just
think either is fine.
specifically
Either is
top
fine.
set
Yeah.
is one of those hands that a lot of people will check just because it's like, all right, we need them to catch up
Exactly.
with something, because I just own this board so hard. But anyways, onwards and upwards. Let's take a look at the next one here. Slicer. Gonna make this big chunky bet here after BK raised to 150. On calling in between, and Slicer out of the straddle. Gonna make it 700 to go. On here, yeah, this is not a hand that you'll generally want to call with, but On disagrees. He is going to complete. He'll play this one in position. 2 live cards. Here we go. Slicer and On heads up. King once again in the window, followed by a 7 and an ace. So Slicer making second pair here on third pair with backdoor clubs. And yeah, Slicer here going to check it over, let On start blasting, and blast he will. Half pot here from On instantaneously. Slicer doing some inventory, making sure he knows what he's up against in terms of On's full stack value. 3,500 to start the flop action. And Slicer can't quite give up for 1 street just yet. Does make the call. 8 of hearts here on the turn. Slicer presumably will check once again. He does. And On here with just under a pot-sized bet. I think this is all in or check, and it is just going to be a check. Meaningless 6 of clubs here on the end. Slicer should feel a lot better, and let's see if he goes for a block or just check to induce.
8 check. 3 check.
Yeah, On's not taking the bait, but do you ever see those runouts like that where so On's got, bottom pair and backdoor clubs, and then the turn is a total brick, but the river brings in your flush draw, and you're like, man, if you would have put those out in a different order, I could have barreled this and taken it down. I always think that.
Yeah. No, that's for sure.
Like, I still end up at the end of the day with a pair of sevens, but I probably could have won this pot if it's the 6 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. And I mean, it even happens probably to a larger degree in the bomb pots where like your two rivers
yeah.
peel off and you're like, God, why the hell did it come out like that? Like flip the order and everything
Right.
would be great.
Like, I folded turn because I was, like, drawing so slim.
Jedi Master Ted wants to know, does anyone ever leave the bait? Well, yeah, actually, On just left
just
the bait
did,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah. The bait was
Slicer put it out on the table, and On left it there.
sniffed it,
yeah.
kind of gave
Said,
it the shifty side eye, and was like, no, I'm going to leave that right there. All right. Optimize here, going to raise it up. Suited ace deuce, and just take it down. Looks like the 5, 10, and 25 will be on pretty standard here. Have they made it mandatory or no? Okay, the 25 is mandatory. Very good.
As expected, especially with this lineup. I feel like I would be shocked if it weren't.
When we went to the third, I told my wife, I said,
All right, let's get some stats up here. Let's see where we're starting to begin.
even numbers.
So this is where everyone is at right now. We got a range from 9.5 to 2K for Eric.
Yeah,
Which, when you have that $25 mandatory straddle on there, 2K is that's short stacked. At this.
Yeah, I mean, you're under 100 big blinds, which certainly by Texas deep stack cash
Right,
game
of course.
standards is like pretty short stacked. But I mean, you still have like 80 bigs or whatever it is, so it's not insignificant.
Your reaction.
Multi-way action here is we're going to go 4 players
You're gonna hate me.
to a flop.
I literally was like, if this is a boy, I'm not having any.
Jack 10,
Okay, I
Trey,
give up.
Rainbow.
You're right. Women are the inferior sex. I hope we all have sons.
Wolf on and Doug here going to flop up and
I was
down.
like, if it's a
Slicer
girl,
has
we're
a
gonna
gutty
keep trying
on
until
the
I get a
bottom
boy.
end, and Katelyn here
I hope
with
that
some
I
funky
do
backdoor
smother them enough
opportunities,
that
and
they
that's
never
about
have
it.
a healthy
Yeah, but she's got
relationship
the
for
best
their
hand.
life. I wish that for my
Well, I mean, that's
She's ahead.
true, but
All right.
unlikely.
Best hand is
that
a
she
stretch
feels
maybe,
like.
but
Yeah. As it stands, On is going to take a stab at this. Doug will raise. He says, I'm not going to play this one in position just to try to realize my equity. I'm going to raise this up and see what can be done. Makes it 750, and On will quickly call.
Or naturally.
Stack-to-pot ratio now just a little bit over 1,
Yeah,
and they
thank-
both hit the Jin card here on the turn. So both of them sort of doing cartwheels inside their heads. Doug?
that's a very aggressive one-chip bet.
Yeah,
Just chucked it in there, hard as he could. On min raising, it looks like. Doug somehow, no, I was thinking about it, but they have the same hand. He seems so angry though. Why are you so angry, Doug?
Doug has a unique
You're turning
style.
over the nuts. Why are you mad
Slow
about
roll,
it?
young man. You should have waited.
He has a
longer.
very unique style, that's
Wait
for
longer
sure,
next time.
and has
See the three?
yeah,
Stand
like
up.
an interesting sort of bravado about how he like puts the chips out and stuff. So yeah, he's a character. Do enjoy my man Doug, and hopefully he is able to breach the 13% VPIP.
That would be nice.
Last week he was.
Let's
bringing
take a
up
look
the
at that
rear.
Rolls are very good.
while we're discussing. Obviously, it's very early. But as of right now, well, wait, I guess
He's
it's
at 18% here in a moment when it updates.
20. It's giving him 20.
Is that extended to everyone?
Yep.
Well, I will
I
swap
don't
One out
know
of six
how.
hands should be 18%.
Yeah.
We're not gonna.
Be a mutual agreement.
No, it does not.
Players
should
checks
round.
unlocked.
Why are we rounding?
It's good for. I think
what you want.
It shouldn't round at all.
I think there are
No, 'cause it
times
doesn't
to
usually.
Not do it.
No, it doesn't. We'll get down to like 18% stuff. It's very clearly off by one.
I'm not gonna get into
There's
it.
just like one unit hand that is off by. And later on, when we
Is
have
that
like
the bomb
80,
pot?
You'll know
When it's inappropriate.
when it's inappropriate. Yeah.
Well, if you subtract one hand, then it's
Any
correct.
amount would tell you.
Obvious. That one seemed obvious, Kristen.
that's not what I said at all. But you know,
Okay, that's fair. I
All
don't
right.
think the bomb pot is included, is what we're getting at, which is very fair.
sure.
I don't think we should include the bomb pot in those stats, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's sort of inconsequential. But if you did add like 3 or 4 hands over the course of the night,
No, everyone's police.
that
All right,
could change things.
optimized flops, nut flush draw. Eric has nothing, so
The
we're
balance,
just
the balance
move on.
with slow rolls is you can't slow the game down. You gotta keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah, exactly. Like 5 seconds or whatever.
I want this to go. Can I do this?
So you have a
Or
balance.
is it gonna close it for everyone?
No, okay, you can do that.
Okay.
I tried to click this before, and it like breaks the whole thing, and you have to like reload.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't want to break this.
And
That's-
for a second in my head, I was thinking that by clicking that little button, you were about to break it. But no,
Ah,
it's only if
okay.
you click yes, then it breaks it.
Oh, so we cannot vote.
Not on this thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I almost did.
Yeah, there's some little quirks to the.
I almost voted. That would have broken everything.
It's easy to get back, but it's like when
Yeah.
I first did it, I was like, oh god, because I didn't know what to do after that.
Well, and back in the old days, if something broke, it was just a disaster. Like we had to start over from the beginning, and we'd be down for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Nowadays, if something breaks, it's like a 15-second fix. So
As some of y'all in the chat are recognizing, of course, there is the link pinned at the top of the chat box there, where you can click that link and fill it out, put your info in. You'll be entered into today's drawing for the free cruise giveaway.
yeah.
Put your name in, get your name drawn for
Who doesn't
the
want to
daily
go
draws.
on a cruise, get to go, on a boat, go to some ports and do some fun stuff, all while also gambling.
And
Or
for
you could
free.
never leave the boat and just gamble the whole time, I assume.
So I've heard that the poker room will be closed when they're at port, so that it's
So that
because-
people actually leave the
Yeah,
boat
well,
for,
I
like,
mean, I think it's-
momentarily.
I don't know.
Also so that like employees can maybe leave the port as well.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. Leave the boat or whatever. Yeah. In any case, it's going to be a great time. I will be on the cruise, and really looking forward to it. So fill out the form, give us your information. We will draw some names here tonight. The winner of that will be entered into the grand drawing, the grand prize drawing. So I got to win twice, but you can't win once if you don't enter or something.
You can't win twice if you don't win
Enter
once.
Yeah. Stuff.
Just keep entering the contest, people.
Exactly.
Don't
Every
question
day
it.
that we run
It doesn't
the,
cost
TCH
anything.
Live.
Get in there. Get on the boat.
All right, BK just barrels away with his flopped wheel draw and takes it down. Quite a few small pots here as of yet.
Aaron, who's BK? Which seat?
Number 2.
Ah, okay. I was like, I think I know everybody here whose hands I can see, but I don't know who's BK. And then I realized that C2 is the only one that I don't recognize their hands.
Yeah, so I recognize BK as a player, but I'm not sure he's been on the stream a ton. First time on the stream, okay, very good. Okay, well maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
I've definitely seen him before.
Okay,
I've definitely seen him before.
that's what I thought.
On the current season
Okay,
of
okay.
Bachelorette, they
Very good.
part of the stay on the cruise or whatever.
When I watch the stream, I notice how much I do recognize people from their hands, and that's because when I deal to them, I also just stare at their hands a lot.
Can you imagine being on one of the most massive ships?
Yeah. So I always just stare at people's hands or like right in front of their chip stack so that I can see for like checks and bets and stuff like that. Also, it's creepy to stare at people's faces when you're dealing. I was instructed specifically.
What if I just stare at your face for the entirety of the
I'm looking at your hand, so I wouldn't even know.
No, I mean no.
Oh, that's
Thank you.
creepy. Yeah, that's
bizarre eye contact in the broom closet. Okay, bet a 225 and a call here from Optimize with the second pair on, just blasting away with 0 equity hand. Do get the call, just waiting for the action tracking to get caught up here. There we go. Still heads up to a turn. On seemingly just going to continue blasting with absolutely nothing going on. He is literally drawing dead, but
He's
will
going to get it through.
Yeah, just gets the job
Love
done.
it.
On is a man that is sort of terrifying to play against.
Absolutely.
Because you'll get into a spot where you have a marginal hand like that, and you're like, you could just have a complete air ball, like he did, 9 high with no equity, and like you're gonna bet this turn, and now you're gonna just like fire any river, and I have no idea if I'm good or not. And
Yeah, and you have to just think about
strap
like, am I gonna be willing to call any river bet? And if the answer is I don't know, then just get out of the way. Let On have it.
Yeah.
He'll give it back eventually. Like, I mean, he's going to do that again, and the next time you'll have a hand that you can be like, no, I'm strong enough here to call you now.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, no, I think that's always something that that people will take into account when playing against sort of the more maniac style, right? Is sort of like the category that you would put On into is a little bit of a maniac,
Sure,
just because
yeah.
it's like just kind of bets a lot, you know, without.
And
A lot of regard
it's,
for
you know, you can't necessarily put him on a range. So it's tough to really figure out what's going on.
For sure. All right, heads up here between Slicer and Katelyn. Katelyn, the pre-flop 3-better. She is going to continue with a 1/3 sizing and will just take it down right then and there, which is always nice when you have something like 9s or 10s that comes ace high and you're just like, all right, bet 1/3 and just like win now would be fine.
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. Got it done.
You were targeting.
I'm on the team now.
No, you sent back
I saw a question in here before.
Yes, it does.
Is Monday or Thursday better for going to TCH? TCH in Austin? Or Dallas? Or somewhere else?
Theoretically, it does, right?
Yeah, so I would say if the question is about here in Austin,
They're both.
Thursdays are best, I think, just because the or wait, no, I guess now it's Mondays with the 2-5, because when there's a 2-5
Both
stream going, the
Thursday
2-5
and Monday are pretty good here. Like
True.
there's quite a few tables going right now. We got the 2-5, this 5-10, a bunch of 1-2s. I think a bomb pot only table. So I mean, there's action in the room today. Same thing on Monday. So in Austin, I don't think it really matters. Both Monday and Thursday are very good days.
Yeah, I agree.
Ah,
Yeah, he'll be back.
You want it?
Yeah, I got it.
okay.
Yeah, it's such a joke.
Raina says in Dallas. I'm not sure in Dallas. I think
I mean, it's
basically
busy
gonna
there
be-
all the time.
Yeah, it's just
There's going to be
blasting.
action all day, every day. If there's a specific tournament you want to play or something like that, then I would check out the schedule, which is on the website or on Poker Atlas, and see if there's anything that you'd be interested in there. But as far as cash games, it doesn't matter. 24 hours a day, all day, every day.
All right, Action Eric here going to raise this up to 75 with the 7-deuce.
Is the 7-deuce game on? Oh, for the love of the game.
For the love of the game here, indeed. Gets called in 2 spots, BK and Optimize. Both players playing some disconnected suited cards. Is going to come king high, so going to be tough to get this one through for Eric, as BK is flopping top pair. Bet a 125 here, little under half pot. BK is certainly not going anywhere, but I do suspect that Optimize will head for the exit now.
Call. It's like kind of the
It's
same.
got back doors.
Yeah, 2 backdoors and 1 overcard. He is certainly...
You got backdoor pair draws, backdoor top pair draw. How do you fold that there?
Knit.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my All right, Eric now going to shut it down, even though this is a pretty good card for him
Yeah.
to barrel. I'm actually sort of surprised that he gives it up. And now this is a really bad card for him to barrel, whereas the ace on the turn was just good enough for him to go for it. But Eric, I think now just like going to preserve his chips.
Yeah.
BK actually going to bet here. I find this a little bit curious as
Got faked out.
I'm not sure. Like if your opponent has anything, it's just a king and you chop with all other kings. So 300 not going to get him off a
Yeah, I
chop.
don't think you're ever getting called by worse.
I think reopening the betting here is actually a disaster for a hand like King 8 because you don't interact with any of the Queen 10 straights that could have sort of gotten there and have been like, all right, let me just slow it down. I have the nuts and see if he'll start taking a stab.
Right.
I mean, every once in a while, someone will take that line, given that the stack pot ratio was fairly low. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? He's just betting the best hand.
Snap, check back that hand. Like as quick as possible, just check, turn it over. I got a king.
I mean, it's either
Like
that
that.
or you hammer it, right? To get him off the chop. But like 300 just does nothing.
Yeah. And there's not enough chips in the pot for me to really, like, I'm moving on to the next hand. My brain is already in the next hand at that point.
And especially
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know, I have a king. That seems pretty good, but, like, doesn't.
Yeah. I tend to agree, but yeah, I think there's some merit for betting, but what you're trying to accomplish, you know, sort of.
Right,
the
and
important
300 is, you're definitely getting called by a king most of the time. Unless,
thing. I think 100% of the time.
like, the nittiest of nits.
Yeah, maybe Doug will fold it.
I was going to say Blake, but either one of them.
We're
That's-
joking, of course,
Blake-
but you know.
Like 100% less nitty than Doug, but I love giving him a hard time about it. So I will, until the end of time, give Blake a hard time about being in it.
All right, so Katelyn calls out of the straddle with the 7-deuce suited.
This is very interesting. The game is not on.
Yeah, okay, so check here on the turn. BK with just
7.
bottom pair, and pretty much regardless of
matter.
what this is, Katelyn's going to have to take a stab at this. I'd like to see her go big as well, 300
4.
at least. Oh, nice,
Yeah,
overbet.
that's good
Let's
size, yeah.
go, Katelyn.
Take it down.
Bringing the heat, and wait, did she not show it? Or
No.
did she?
Which is very, like, I mean, why are they not playing the game, frankly?
I feel like if you ever do win, whether you're playing the game or not,
You
like it's
show
mandatory to show it. Just because it's like, yeah, like
100%.
I punked you with the 7-2s, and
Yeah.
you may incur a little bit of ill will and some wrath from your opponent that you just
In a
did it
pot like
to,
that
but,
where
like,
it's, you know, not a huge pot, nothing really, like, yeah, she bluffed him off bottom pair. Like, it wasn't that challenging, but you still show it, I think.
yeah, I agree. Little Red joining us. Hey, how's it going? I am your host, Aaron McAvoy, and joining me is Carolyn Hapgood.
What's up? Thank you for watching.
Yeah, welcome. All right, BK here with a couple of big Ks. He's going to raise it up, and On will quickly make the call.
Yeah. On's got an ace. So, I don't think he's
Ooh,
going
big
anywhere.
re-raise here from Downhill Kevin. Going to make it 420 to go, and this is bad timing.
Yep.
So Downhill going to take a hand that doesn't interact with the top of the under the gun opening range, which is sort of fine because if you do get called by some big cards, like you're going to have some playability. But the problem is that, yeah, this is
You're
going to
dead.
happen to you a lot,
Yeah.
especially with the caller in between, at least against like competent opponents, which you're going to have most of the time in these 5, 10, 25 uncapped games. And then you're just going to have to ditch it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't. I don't have anything bad to say about the play there. I think you're right. It is, if he gets a call there, he has a hand that is playable and is gonna, you know, be one of those hands where you either smash the flop or you brick entirely, and you know he can get paid by kings a lot of the time if he hits it.
But your opponent's just not going to call with things like kings and stuff. They're going to re-raise.
Right. But there's a lot of other hands that are going to call that, you know, the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. That one's kind of weird. I'm not sure there's a lot of other hands that are going to call. It's obviously intended to just get the fold, right? Like, it's not like, okay, let's go to the next level and think if they call, and then what am I going to do? Yes, like, suited one gappers, suited connectors, those are reasonable enough hands to 3-bet with because of the playability that they have when called. The challenging thing is that when you go raising the under the gun players, I mean, I guess the 8 and the 6 don't interact with their range at all, so they can still have 7s, 9s, and stuff like that.
Right, that's
that
what
are
I was
just gonna
thinking
call,
more along
but
those lines.
yeah, I don't know. It's just, you generally see people do that with like an ace-5 suited or something like that, just because you take away aces and ace-king to a certain degree.
Sure.
You know, and those are the ones that are just always going to 4-bet you.
I don't know how you lose
Right,
yourself.
right. So,
I don't.
I mean, yeah, I get it.
Refib is 12%. Across all-
But I do think there are hands that are going to,
That I
Actually, pulled it.
I mean, that might flat there.
Sure.
Maybe not. Anyways, Eric has the nut flush draw, ace-4 of
I
diamonds,
mean, like, it hurts, but
on with ace-king high.
anyway,
Gonna turn a gutter.
take my money.
Quick check here. And yeah, so off to a river we go. It is not a diamond. Pairs the top card on the board, and ace-king is going to be good. We're just going to show down the nut no pair as Eric quickly checking behind. Stack to pot ratio less than 1, and Eric is just like, no, there's no way I'm going to get this through, I guess. Might have been a spot to kind of go for it, right? It's like
I just needed a.
checks back the 10 on the turn. On not the kind of guy to check back a really strong hand generally. I don't know. It's tough, obviously.
No, but on is the kind of guy to potentially call you down with ace high. A better ace high than ace-4. And I think Eric knows that.
Definitely possible.
So, you know,
The shades are.
on also might just have jack high there, and
And
you're golden. So you
Yeah.
kind of have a lot of showdown value with
That's
your
true.
ace-4
I
high.
didn't
And
say anything. The stream is great.
it seems reasonable to just check it back.
You make those lenses
Absolutely
dark
right.
black, that's Jim Jones.
4 call, 5 fold, 6 fold.
All right, optimize here with
Limping.
And you know, Dave
pocket
said
10s
that
limping.
sunglasses,
I disapprove, like,
fold, no one can overrule
optimize.
you, so here I am,
concur.
1 fold, 2 fold.
Is going to get folds all the way through. Everybody's
Heads
sort of
up.
a little bit curious or perhaps suspicious
Yeah.
of the under the gun.
As they should be.
On in here with just ace high. Optimize should feel quite comfortable betting here. This pot is
4 bet,
tiny,
What
tiny.
was that? 30?
3 call.
I thought it was 125 at first, and I was like, that is
Quality.
seems like a lot of dollars.
Nobody's
All right, Optimize is going to fill up here on the turn, and he is like, please, sweet baby Jesus, let On have a queen right now.
Yeah.
125 in the middle, needs to build this pot immediately.
4 bets.
Gonna bet half of the pot for 60 bucks, and On just might stick around here. His ace high is gonna be decent some of the time, but he's just gonna turn it over and fold it, and On is gonna get shown 110.
One was enough
It was
in that particular case, but I was drawing stone cold dead, so. Yeah, I think
Yeah, there's no
Optimize could have probably made a little more money had he not limped his tens. Just saying. Or he could have put the double straddle on.
so many options that didn't involve him limping under the gun.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the way it is. All right, let's take another peek at the stacks here and just net earnings overall. We can get an idea of how things are going. Slicer here winning those first couple of hands right off the bat. BK picking up that last one a moment ago.
I
Eric
feel
and
like,
On
how is
stuck
Katelyn
them
down
up.
210? Is that because the bomb pot got
Perhaps.
Because I feel like she
Chris
won
had
in the
said-
bomb pot, and then she won a couple hands. I haven't seen her lose, like, anything.
Yeah, no, I presume that's the case.
Yeah.
So Kristen said that she fixed it, but maybe she just took half of the chips off of Slicer.
Right,
and
just
didn't
change the
add
numbers
any
of the total stacks instead of.
Yeah, I'm not exactly
It's
sure.
it's a pretty involved process to go, like, back in time and
Gotta get them to say yes.
re-award the stack, or re-award the pots.
I say yes.
In any case,
I know.
yeah, I think you're right that Katelyn is indeed.
Ragnar,
yeah.
I totally agree. They just are so
Katelyn good?
Eric, 1 round.
their play styles are so opposite one another, and they're constantly trying to catch each other. And the more Blake plays optimized, the more like comfortable he gets. He talks a little more shit to everybody at the table. So I remember back in the day, Blake didn't say anything, but now he's like, he'll talk some shit. He'll talk some smack. And On is like, no, I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna get you in a spot. You're gonna play something super nitty. I'm gonna bet you off of top pair, top kicker. Or I'm just gonna play like 9-4 offsuit and somehow river a boat on you. And Blake's like, no, I'm gonna catch you bluffing. So I do think there's some back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and an enjoyable dynamic for
Yeah,
sure.
for sure.
All right, heads up between Downhill and Doug. Come 10 high. Well, 4s out there. Not much for either player. Doug here has the pre-flop lead. This is a battle of the straddles. And he's going to bet 2/3 here, which is a large size. And of course, 6-5 just like has no options here with no diamonds. You're just like, come on. I guess I just fold, but like you never have anything to bet that size.
San Jose.
Anyways, Doug will take it down, and that'll be that.
Same thing, California. Yeah. The actions.
Yeah, some chatter in the chat box here about Poker Bunny. Yeah, she was just sort of the new poker celebrity there for a little while and kind of flamed out. But I hope she's doing well out there, whatever she's up to.
Yes, I hope she's.
I mean, I know
hope
she
she's-
still
she's-
plays. She was out there at WSOP. I
Yeah.
saw her out there, but I know that she hasn't
I know,
had the same
I-
presence on the big live
Yeah, I
stream.
haven't seen much of her on the social media networks either. I'm just actually gonna
Yeah,
take a
that's
peek,
That what you're
see if there's anything.
California.
All right, on raising large here on the button with ace-6 offsuit. This is a $50 straddle.
Action skips the straddle pre-flop.
Wow.
They go after the last.
Yeah, I don't think she's posted it.
And then if they squeeze,
She's in Austria.
and it goes.
Eric here gonna make the call with only 600 behind. Ace-9 of clubs. Checks it over to On, who bets some amount, 300, 400, 400? Yeah, it's 400, which like Eric just has like 600 bucks, so why not just put him all in? But perhaps On not completely aware of how many chips Eric has, but pretty much no matter how you slice it, Eric is just working with 2 overcards. He
And Eric's
is
just
committing
gonna
to
call,
this hand,
yeah.
though. So he's like, cool, we're gonna do this. Don't really understand why he wouldn't just go all in, but I guess his plan is to probably go all in on any turn, which is
And this is a great turn for his hand. I mean, now he's open-ended and has the best hand somehow.
on snap calling though. He has a gut shot, and they will chop this almost never actually because
Yeah, the 9's gonna play like 100%.
yeah, Jack comes off on the end, and the 9 will make this straight. So Eric is going to improve to the Jack high straight. And
Yeah, now On can muck his hand and be like, oh, you got lucky.
yeah, right.
It was just this one guy called it in this one spot.
Eric's like, no, dude, I was good the whole way. Shut up.
Obviously, it's like hundreds.
That's pretty funny.
I don't remember.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Good job.
I bet
Somebody,
if you aces
thank you.
music,
Somebody
I
All
bets
right, moving right along.
to you, then it changes the action, so your sleeper doesn't count, and then you just get
Take another gander at
Yeah,
the
we
V
were
pips
blown
here.
away, we're like,
We are only on 20 hands, but that's
Oh,
enough to get-
Doug is falling back to his
it would be cool
normal
to
standings in this
deal
table.
to win regardless
He was
and being there.
second to last time we looked at this because Eric had yet to play a hand.
Yeah.
And things have changed.
It's like, no, 'cause I'm still dealing with
Doug's still just having played that one hand.
You can just whoopsie doopsie.
2. Yeah.
What I'm saying.
Be like, oh yeah,
He played the one against Downhill just a moment ago and just barreled the flop huge and won with ace high.
Yep.
yeah, but you should probably.
No one-
you
no
should
one-
probably
Lance
get
or not, hey,
people
what's
that
going on,
are
man?
not in position.
I never,
We're great.
Yeah, but no one ever
Excellent.
called it again.
I'm so
I heard there
Speaking
was
of
rain.
beautiful night outside, that's what I was just going to mention. Man, the clouds are looking, in the past couple days, have looked like maybe, just maybe. There was actually raindrops at my house, but it was like They weren't falling from the sky above me. It was very windy, and they were like getting blown into from God knows how far away. And it was
Gotcha.
so short-lived. I think literally like 14 raindrops fell in my yard.
Well, that's 14 more than I got, and I'm quite jealous. And yeah, I wish that we would get some sort of like.
I know, and the forecast, I'm
Monsoon
like,
or
my
something.
weather app on my phone had 3 days in a row where it was like 40 to 50% rain.
Yeah,
And that was yesterday and today, and thus far, nada.
we need it bad.
So bad.
Uh,
Oh, okay. Kristen is saying that as soon as high school football starts up, we'll get plenty of rain because that's how the world and the universe works.
Downhill gonna win with the queen high. Does best with the king high there on that ace high board just by aggressing.
Yeah, taking the lid off the basketball phase. A good shooter can never.
Trouncing you the other night, set of threes versus top pair, not flush draw. You must know this person.
Indeed, I do. That is our boy Chris. Played on the stream a couple of times. Played the 2-5 here on occasion. But yeah, flop bottom set. He had ace king for top turn flush draw,
Slicer, Katelyn.
and we got it all in, and I held.
Nice.
Yes, it was nice for me, not so nice for Chris, of course, but indeed, it was a tough spot. Not much to be done there.
Nope.
All right,
Not
looks
much at
like
all.
we have a limped pot. Over to on here.
9 gold.
No, he did some limping. So okay, so action is on
Call,
Eric
call,
in the big straddle. He's going to check his option. And here we go. 4 players. 3 players? 3 players to a flop.
All the nines. Out there.
I very much enjoyed that.
Slicer has a pair. On has a gutter. Eric has 10 high.
It's definitely my favorite Steve Carell.
Slicer going to put a little feeler bet out there.
Heads up.
I'm not a fan of this drawing.
It does get called by on.
I thought he was excellent.
Need a 7 or an 8. Didn't find it here on the turn, and Slicer going to continue going for value with his second pair here.
I get it, but like I'd rather watch 30 Rock.
On going to give him the business now here on the turn. I think Slicer is going to see this for what it is and make the call, but that's actually the
I
look
see
of
like
the man.
every
He's
Yeah,
gonna
episode.
fold.
no.
8 folds.
Go check out 30 Rock.
Okay. I like Parks and Rec.
Never seen it.
What? Thank
Yeah,
you.
On just sort of aggresses his way
Yeah.
into winning pots like this pretty regularly.
Yeah, Slicer usually can sniff that out, but, you know, playing against On, like we said before, is kind of,
Have you seen The Office?
uh,
Yeah, I
it can just be such a mind fuck, really. Like, you're like, man, like, I feel like I'm good here, but
Well, it's exactly what you said as
just
well.
don't know. Yeah.
Where like you're gonna have some good hands and some like mediocre middling hands, and then you're gonna have some bad middling hands. And like Queen or 6-9 just didn't have any backdoor equity,
Right.
like or on like river equity to improve other than just like 2 pair of trips. And so it's like, yeah, I guess I don't want to face a big river barrel, so I'm just gonna get out of here now.
Yeah.
Whereas if you did have some sort of like gut shot, you'd be like, oh well, I call.
I can
it.
improve and you know, reassess on the river.
No, I'm not on.
On has a hand.
But just min clicks it to 100. Everyone calls? No, it's 4 ways here. It's going to get looked. No, Eric doesn't have cards. Okay, so I do apologize. We got a little bit of an issue here. 3
That's
players
okay.
will go to a flop.
The terminal list. Nope.
I see a pair and an open-ended straight draw for BK. That is a pretty beautiful flop when you're playing 4-3 offsuit. Like, that's what you're dreaming of there, I think.
Yeah, Katelyn here in the blind is going to go ahead and donk lead at this. She's like, I should have the best hand here a lot of the time just in terms of my range, but when she gets raised after BK calls, she is not going to continue. BK, of course, can't go anywhere, so he will call for a second time. And here we go, heads up between these 2 players off to a jack of spades on the turn. Doesn't change the texture pretty much at all. I presume On is going to continue blasting.
3 bet, 550.
actually going to size this down pretty significantly in terms of the way he generally bets these spots. To make it just 550 to go, and I don't suspect BK can go anywhere.
Yeah.
I was going to say if On does what On usually does, which is like bet 80% pot or something, then his opponent probably would have been able to
Yeah,
just sort of fold. But
River is a brick, so On gonna hold with his overpair.
and another smallish value bet here, again under half pot. Excuse me.
That's where Donald Glover got his start.
Let's see if BK wants to hero this off. If On is on ace king, ace queen, king queen, something like that, busted hearts with like ace 10 of hearts or something, right? He's gonna make this call and get shown the bad news. Here we go, couple of red cowboys, and BK's like, ooh, that's
It's like, that was a real hand. What the heck?
yeah. All right, way to go.
Another
On.
thing to keep in mind when playing against players who have tendencies like On is that, you know, he's gonna play a lot of bullshit, but like he's also gonna have big hands. Like he sees kings as often as anybody else at the table.
But yeah, they're just.
There's a lot of more
sprinkled
hands
of
in
this.
between that he's playing that other people wouldn't be playing, but he's still getting them.
Yeah. No, but I think the 4-3 hero call there, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
For
of course.
sure. But incorrect this time. All right, let's gamble it up. You won the last time, so you get to lead us all.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's fine. He was walking on stage reasonably well, but yeah, it was like,
The first time he started to come back, he was like slurring his words and stuff. He definitely talked.
yeah, it was a little.
All right, the $50 straddle is on here.
Whole
Pretty
session.
regular.
9 folds,
It is on this hand as well.
Whole session.
1 fold. Sorry,
He was like
guys.
reading off a piece of paper.
Folds
Well,
over
you
and
did
around
the last stream, so you're
to
good.
BK here. He is going to min click this. Yeah, min click to 100. On wakes up with a suited ace and is going to raise to 300. BK quickly calls, and after this sort of curious pre-flop raising war, we get a king 8 deuce Badoogie flop. On snap reaches for chips.
Yeah,
and
he's got
blasts
3 to a
out.
straight flush.
Yeah.
We have a promo for that too. Steel wheel pays double.
That's right. Make a straight flush
Oh,
here at TCH
ouch.
Austin.
All right, you can have
Are we
this.
still on that round?
Let's go. Didn't
Rolled
even
a
need the 96.
17.
Let's go. And nice roll there, Mr. Skullbone.
You'd honestly be my hero for a month.
Yeah, Rena.
Be so impressed.
Everyone else's chat
I will
is
give
fine.
you
I think
0
maybe a little restart is in
four
order for you.
streams in a row.
Yeah, I have to close mine and
That's
reopen
not a
it
bet.
quite
I think
regularly.
snap
In fact,
call.
mine
Snap
just
call.
froze like while we were talking about it. So,
Zero shit.
and I hit
What
the
the
dislike
fuck are
button
you
on
doing?
accident the last time, like as I was going for it.
Stop.
And it's like we have
Yeah,
notified
honor
it,
that bet.
you know,
You
the
get
whatever
It's like I'm on
of
the
your
track for the next month.
response, and I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
you're
wait,
getting
wait,
fired
no, I
for
meant
that.
like, I meant like, and then I meant reopen the chat.
Just to harass them.
All right, I'm gonna step out for just a second. I will be right back.
Okay. All right, we've got Downhill raising it up with his favorite hand, 8-6 of clubs. He did this earlier. Slicer wakes up with a real hand, raises it up with the ace king. Ooh, this is going to be a very spicy hand. Katelyn comes in for a cold call with 2 red J-wins, a couple of Judys, a couple of jacks, and On now with queens sitting on almost 11,000. He is just going to call this for 400. I definitely think this is a spot to squeeze.
I feel really bad for you.
Back over to Downhill here. Like, he closes the action here. His cards are almost certainly going to be live. He's, you know, obviously in a position where he's going to want to realize his equity. No sense in jamming here. I think, I mean, well, there's something to be said for it. He just, once again, doesn't have the key cards. No ace. So he is just going to call. And I think this is what I would do. And yeah, here we go. 2K in the pot. 4-way action. Comes 8-6-5. Here we go. Let's get top
It
2
doesn't
for
deal with
downhill.
discretion. If it's too fast, I can't
Up
actually.
against a disguise
check.
overpair from both Katelyn and On. And On here, he may just donk with this.
Run away and there wasn't a wolf and like they
Downhill can't believe his fortune.
Yes, he did.
Sure.
like you said clock so much it's like meaningless.
Slicer here, of course, will be doing absolutely nothing. Wait, Downhill's just going to rip this in. He is going to rep
No, that's in there.
some sort of pair and a flush draw, or just flush draw, straight draw, and who knows, right? Pair and a straight draw. Katelyn is going to make the call, which is effectively all in for her. And, I mean, what do you do if you're On? You've got the most disguised pair of queens that anyone has ever seen, as he did not raise pre-flop. And here you've got this just donk jam from Downhill. Katelyn making the call after Slicer gets out of the way. The original 3-better pre-flop. I mean, this is a pretty spicy hand, that is for sure. On here, getting the count on both of his opponents, trying to figure out exactly what he could be up against. It does feel like you're just sort of always up against a set. You know, that's just the natural tendency to kind of be like, ugh, this like feels like a set.
Just for you.
Boy, this is nice.
And yet, yeah, okay, all right. On is going to lay down the queens. I mean, he was behind, but had the best chances of improving.
No, I'm there.
If the board can find a 5 or some sort of running pair. Katelyn here, they're running it twice. Katelyn needs a jack or a board pair. She doesn't get it on the first run out. Still needs help here on the second run out, and no, it's just more good cards for Downhill as he makes a boat here on the bottom board even. And so Downhill is going to stack up Fatty. Gets the 2K from the pot on the flop, in addition to another over 2,000, almost 2 3/4 from Katelyn. So the 8-6 of clubs didn't work out for him the first time. Got the job done this time, and that's going to chip our man Downhill Kevin up to
Players checks all
7,000.
live.
Let's take a look at the net earnings here, as that is going
I
to
thought you were gonna back shove.
I honestly,
Downhill into
I couldn't
pole
believe
position.
I hit the flop. I was just
Up a little over 3,000. Slicer not too far behind, still up 1K, even after taking a hit on that hand. On and Doug also in the black/green. Katelyn here now stuffed the most. Down over 3.5.
And we are done with the double straddle. That just
And if Doug had put the 100 on, I would not have opened.
Eric here going to try to punt off some TCH Live loyalty points to get to the ultimate score. Good luck, buddy. We believe in you.
927. Who's behind? In play this hand. 5 raise 75. 6 call. 8 fold. 9 folds.
All right, Katelyn going to add on. And the $25 straddle on. Doug here going to raise from UTG. The ace-7 suited. Gets looked up in 2 spots here. Downhill going to play ace-6 of hearts. Comes ace-high here. Full of Broadway's right behind it. Optimized as a gut shot. Both Doug and Downhill playing top pair. Checks to Doug and man in the middle with top pair, bad kicker. See how he approaches this. It's like a large size.
25.
Full pot, very nearly. Here from Doug.
Okay. 6 call.
Downhill not going anywhere, and
Heads up.
Optimize will quickly get out of the way with his gutter. Heads up to a turn. It's a 7 of clubs. Doug here going to pick up 2 pair. Was very likely these 2 players were going to chop, but not anymore. 690 in the middle. Let's see if Doug goes pot again, or somewhere near it. Maybe even just flick one of those pink chips down hard on the felt like he did earlier. But instead, it looks like he's going to size down a little bit and go for half pot.
56 folds.
Downhill will release.
I hope
and Doug will take it down.
Yeah. I wanted you to have a ball.
It's like a once every 6 months thing.
All right, glad you got your chat box fixed there, Raina, and enjoy the cool water there, Mr. Coke Monkey.
Annie,
I wish I had a pool that I could just go dip into
get your quarters out there. We're doing
regularly.
bomb pot.
You don't need to be balanced.
You know, I've got some friends that have pools, like apartment complex pools or whatever, that are pretty nice, and so I've been enjoying that. But my apartment complex does not have a pool, so I don't get to, you know, exercise that amenity myself. All right, we have played an hour, and so we're going to do another PLO bomb pot, double board, $25 ante per player. As, Mr. Eric is on his electronic device.
We don't have pre
Hopefully,
live stream.
you'll be reminded not to do so whilst on the stream. All right, first board, ace, 9, 8, couple of spades, 1 club. We will do our
Yeah, we
usual
can do double board now, guys. Let's just
Yeah.
start with
squint
that.
at the screen and see if everybody gets their cards scanned in.
You remember the old days? 3 check, 4
I would
check,
object to bomb.
On here, first to act has a couple of gut shots,
Yeah, like
and that's about it.
8 bet 125.
Slicer here has bottom 2
9 fold,
on one board and
1 fold, 2 fold.
pair on the other. A little bit of a dicey spot to go for a bet there if you're Slicer. Is just sort of looking to thin the field and see, you know, perhaps what he's up against, but going to be really tough to continue on a lot of turns.
All right.
Does pick up top 2 pair on the bottom board, but the spade flush draw comes in on top. As we can see here, Katelyn does have that flush.
4 check.
It's only 10 high, so not going to feel particularly enthusiastic about it, I would imagine.
8 bet 400.
Checks to Slicer, and he's going to continue betting here. 2 pair on both boards. Once again, with the front door flush coming in, you would hate to get raised here, I think. I mean, I guess you might just have to go with it. On is out of the way, his hand not improving on those turns. And Optimize here has picked up no, he's got the same gutty. Never mind, he's in the same club flush draw. So he is out of the way, and it's now just heads up between Slicer and Katelyn. Off to a river we go. Katelyn will be playing the infamous flush straight. And on the bottom board here, she is going to be playing just a pair of 7s. Quick check, check, and Slicer will win the bottom board, and Katelyn will take the top. All right, chop it on up, and back to
That's pretty.
2-card game. Yeah, seriously, man, no pool and they don't allow barbecue grills. I'm telling you, it's not great. Actually, I can't complain. It's in a great part of town. I have a couple of good restaurants nearby. I like my apartment well enough.
Oh, he's
So I can't complain too much. But you're not wrong. There are other places, and I do suspect that after my lease is up next year, that I will be finding some greener pastures. But yeah. All right, back to the 2-card game.
9 folds.
Eric not going to open the ace-8 offsuit from the cutoff,
2 raises,
but
75.
BK, king-jack suited, certainly good enough to raise.
4 folds.
See if Doug just flats or goes for a 3rd bet. Ace-queen off, certainly good enough to raise for value here against the button open. That is going to be the standard play, and the one that Doug takes. 4x out of position, I like it. BK, of course, not going to be going, oh my good lord. BK just releases the king-jack suited in position against a straddle 3-bet. All right. Let's take a look at the VPIPs here. We do have another orbit under our belts.
I get.
Doug here still holding the Lottie line, 15% for that man.
What do you want? 3 to 1?
And On doing what On do and playing just about half of the hands that he sees.
You think I'm gonna out VPIP on? That's fucking him.
Yeah, he just 3-bet ace queen off from the straddle. And,
Took it down.
And King Jack folded on the button pre-flop for BK.
I can do it on
Yeah.
maybe 1
Open,
out of
get
10
3-bet
times.
and just ditch it. BK.
I saw Eric here take down a 3-way all-in with King Jack suited with King High at the end yesterday. That was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job, Eric.
Yep. All in pre-flop with some very speculative hands given the action. So
Sounds like it.
4 check, 6 check.
All right, 2 players repping clubs here, and we get 2 clubs on the flop. Checks all the way through, though. Nobody going to take a stab at this with 2 aces on board. And some additional outs here for optimizers. You can now hit any 4 to improve to a straight. Clubs were no good, but now they will be because downhill's out of the way. Actually, On's just out of the way as well, so optimizer will win.
shows 6 high.
Hell yeah, like a boss.
That had just demolished.
Lance are not saying that Doug's tight image forcing that fold. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I guess like if Doug is like a 85-year-old man that I've never seen 3-bet in my entire life, I might fold King Jack suited. But
Maybe.
still, like I'm in position and like, what am I doing?
What was the
You know?
sizing on it? Was it like a
Open to 75 on a $25 straddle and then a 3-bet to 300. So standard 4x out of position. Yeah, I'm seeing that flop almost
yeah?
every time.
I agree.
I already
You know,
tried my
everybody's going to play their own style. So
in my face.
sometimes you you roll low and you're like, oh, cool.
Sure.
All right, we're
Exact same
folding.
hand that had 6, 8 clubs. I didn't look. It doesn't matter. I
Right.
fucking 8 high.
9 folds. 1 fold, 2 fold.
On again with the kings and a King Jack suited over there.
And again, a min-click
Min-click.
open here.
Well, now
4 raise,
and
1
optimize. I like it. Mixing it up. Slicer gonna go ahead and put in the 4-bet. On. Just licking his chops over here.
Yeah, On makes the call for 600.
Now optimize in a spot on the button. Closing the action. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right, let's see if we can bink something like Downhill did. The old 6 tray of hearts. I mean, that's the right looking flop, but
Yeah.
all around him and no hearts. So kind of not anything he's going to want to continue on. Slicer here will continue. He's up against 3 players, but or against 2 opponents, but yeah, kind of need to take a stab there. Hope both of your opponents are on some overcards, but instead he gets raised
King Kong again.
and snap fold.
Yeah, on taking down a hefty pot there. Putting him. Let's see.
Yeah, he is way up top.
Yeah.
Over
Squarely.
12K.
Squarely in the lead here after that one.
That I'm gonna watch after my next show.
I don't know if it's updated yet.
No, I don't think it has. But in any case, certainly has the largest stack at the moment, covering everyone at the table
For sure.
by a fair margin. Slicer, the second largest stack, and he's almost got 2-1.
That's the next show I'm gonna watch if you want to try it.
All right, hand number 31 coming at you.
People that, work and have a personal life, but when they're working, they don't know their personal life, and when they're in personal life, they don't know what they do for work. That's the show.
All right.
As described by him.
4 folds.
Sounds interesting.
BK's turn.
Wow, these kings are going around the table.
It's
was-
interesting how that happens.
I know. I was just gonna say that I always find it very interesting that the same pocket pairs will kind of make the rounds at the tables. Katelyn also going to continue with the 6-3.
Yeah,
out
not,
of the straddle.
not gonna lie. Even if I'm in a straddle, 6-3 off is going right in the muck.
Really? Wow.
Free?
Man.
Yeah.
Closing the action in a single raise pot. I don't know. I'm probably playing that.
Oh man.
I mean, I'm playing it very cautiously post flop, but you
Yeah,
know.
you're gonna play your 6-3 off cautiously. Sounds like it's a real winning call then.
Well, it's like I'm playing. I'm not gonna be like calling down with the third pair because I have a 6. You know.
You're just gonna drill the nuts every time.
Exactly. If I
don't.
don't, then I just fold. It's fine. But if I do, you know, I might get paid. Seems worth it to me.
Oh, that's funny. Oh man, your range chart has got to be.
Oh, it's bonkers. It's
It's
all the cards.
all calls.
It's
Just
all
like-
the cards. Yeah, it's just. I mean, basically, think of like On's range chart, and take like I don't know, maybe 10% of that out.
Pretty sure the first 10% of hands to take out would include 6-3 off. So I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know about that. I said take 10%, not take the first 10%.
Just throw a dart at a board.
I mean, Queen 4 off.
You'd rather play 6-3 off
Yes.
than Queen 4 off? Wow.
For sure.
Animal.
No. It's
All right, here we go. 6-3 off, smashing flops left and right.
9 check.
On here, we'll
He's doing
make
it
the
for a
best hand
good
with
cause,
the
okay? They messed
third
with
pair
his
of 5.
It's gotta be the most
We're going to
relatable.
check over to him, and he's going to put out a wager of $90.
I would murder
Like
you under
that.
people if they
What am I
messed with my
thinking
dog.
of?
One call.
I mean, this board is
It was 90.
very squarely in On's range also, so.
Eric will make the call
He's
with
got a
the
gut
same
shot
gut
and
shot.
the overs, and then drills a queen.
One check.
Check.
I mean,
Yeah, quick check.
she's super cute. Stevie Nicks.
Front door spades does come in on the river. On going to take a stab at it.
Eric called before On could get the chips across the line, or even have the correct size chosen.
It's the number one.
Eric was like, whatever you want to bet, I call. And On will forfeit whatever, 150 bucks there at the end.
I've only seen that.
Eric will drag the pot.
Yes, Corey, I picked that hand specifically.
Yeah, my dog has gotten a lot more thing.
Helmius would be very
I
difficult.
know, because that's a trash hand.
It's also a trash hand. In addition to,
At least 6-3 is like almost 100% 2 live cards.
There's a shot in the dark. Have you seen?
Like, that's a fact.
She's only 10 pounds, so she's not gonna protect anything, but she thinks she's gonna.
good stuff. I guess, okay, so I am more prone,
Double
pardon me,
straddle
to playing 6-3 off. Like if you were to put a gun to my head and be like, which of these two hands would you play first? Like 9-deuce off or 6-3 off?
Yeah,
Okay,
6-3.
6-3. But like, it's basically the same hand.
6 raised to
It's
150. 8
hot,
It is
steaming garbage.
cuddle up to my stomach all the time. 9.
Whatever. I'm. You know that's J Stack's favorite hand. I beat
Hot.
him. I beat him with it once,
Steaming garbage.
and it was like it put him on Mega.
Sure.
It
Of
was.
course I would.
It was. I did it specifically because it's his favorite hand.
I would probably play 6-3 against him too. Just yeah. For that
Yeah,
reason,
it's
but I'm not
like
playing it
like
right
I will definitely play 4-deuce against Pratt. Like, and I have, and I beat him with it. Like, it's the most fun to play someone's favorite hand against them.
Yeah. Oh, and
So fun. So
Gordon
fun.
with the King 5.
Yes, of
Always
course,
play
of
the
course.
King 5 against Gordon.
But it is really funny that once you kind of make your own favorite hand known, you put it in other people's hands just by default. They're
I
like,
completely agree with
oh,
you.
Put it right in there.
yeah, well, your favorite pet hand.
I know, I'm
Let's-
kidding.
You can't pick aces. That's not fair.
I'm kidding.
Well, you can.
The 9 true is the hardest. Yeah. People don't play that. People.
No, I
don't
still
get it.
fold 9-3 of hearts, yeah, or 9-3 of anything.
Man, I see it all the time now, dude. I'm so pissed. I see it all the time now.
Oh, what a bad beat for you,
Yeah.
man.
The worst thing I've ever invented.
9. I decided to fall 100
That's
more.
an interesting analogy there, Captain Under Pairs.
Dude, it was the worst call I've ever seen. One fold.
All right, a bunch of rags. Nobody has kings? Nobody has kings?
To 150,
PK has one king,
12,
one
24,
queen.
Optimize also has a king.
3 folds.
And he will defend the $50 straddle. So here we go.
I
Heads
think
up
I just-
between these two players.
I'd rather have 6-3 off. There. And look at this.
Oh, look at this.
Well, he flopped
You'd
2
rather have 6-3 off now? That's right. Get wrecked.
Well, no. But let's assume that it's king 7-4. Then Optimize is just like dead to a 6. And that's terrible.
Almost half his stack.
Well, let's get back to the just the nitty gritty here. Is that BK is on a relatively shallow stack, all things considered. Does
I mean,
make
he
the
was just
call
nuts,
after getting
but never
raised.
called that. Like, he just wasn't-
Jack of clubs now here on the turn. Some additional hands that he could
If
be
he had
now
more,
losing
I
to,
would've,
such as
like,
King
understood
Jack.
a little bit more, but
1.6k the effective stack here,
135,000.
and Optimize with still the
I mean, it was a
pair
dream
here.
to
Gonna
me.
go for a middling size half pot.
Did you hold?
650.
Try to get
No,
BK
in the
sort of
window.
committed here.
Choose all of
The
it.
interesting thing, okay, yeah, no, it doesn't matter. BK is going to go all in. Optimize will snap call. The interesting thing is that if you were ever going to bluff with diamonds or a straight draw, you would probably go all in. So,
There's your first.
Running it twice. And same 10 on both runouts.
yeah. King 6 going to be good. BK will get stacked. Optimize, loving the fact that he played the old
Yeah,
King 6
How much do
off.
you have, young man? Make this easy. How much do you have?
that's fine. I'm not mad about it. I'm not saying that I would fold it in that spot.
Yeah,
I'm just
with
saying,
the bed, it clearly covers.
I don't know. I think I'd rather have 6-3.
Super covered.
Yeah, to each their own. The more shitty it is, the more Carolyn loves it.
Yeah. Sometimes. 6-4 I prefer over 6-3. Like a mile ahead.
Sure, absolutely. 6-4 is actually starting to get into playable hand territory.
Still 6 high.
I love
So
the look
I don't
on your
know.
face.
I don't know
You're like,
what.
Stop talking at me. I do what I want.
Yeah, and by a lot of
Corey here says that he agrees, thinks that he's overbet jamming there because he's doing that with his bluff. It is just sort of interesting when you get into the awkward stack size in relation to the pot. Like, what do you do?
That was
right?
what I was
Like,
thinking when he was putting the chips out there. I was like, I think that's like a strange size to choose.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side of it is that it kind of puts your opponent in a weird spot if they're on the draw, which is actually the more likely hand for them to have, given the fact that you have top pair and
Right.
another pair on the board. So I actually think it's perfectly fine. And the flip side of, like, if I'm going to jam my bluff, then I should jam my value. There's something to be also said for attacking the range that your opponent is most likely to have and doing that in the way that's most effective. And going all in there, like, just allows a flush draw to just snap fold.
Right.
Whereas if you bet half pot, they're like, oh god, like, should I continue because I'm actually getting a price here? Or should I check
Jam.
raise
Yeah,
all
should
in
I be
myself
jamming?
and hope that he folds or
Right,
whatever?
right.
So
And
there
I
are
agree with
ways
that
to-
too. I think there's
about it.
it's
Like just similar,
this
like
game's so nuanced, you know.
I love it.
How I mentioned Aura.
It is what makes it interesting.
Which is weird
Without a
because
doubt.
I very much enjoy a lot of playing this.
All right, Katelyn,
3-bet, 1
the pre-flop aggressor, and is going to be rewarded with a pair of 8s on this flop.
the other hand, you
Dawn
have-
is gonna
you just have an
dawn lead,
8
though.
now. You just have an 8
I
now.
just
You
keep
don't have a
adding
queen.
For
chips to my
100.
winning pots.
Every time I
And
keep
Katelyn's
looking,
certainly not going anywhere. We'll make the call.
want some more green? By any chance? You good?
7 hearts here on the turn. Changes nothing, and on will slow it down. I think Katelyn can now go for a small bet or a check back.
Wasn't RF supposed to come out like this?
And yeah, beautiful run out here for
And an
Jack
8.
8.
Check.
See if she goes for a little value or just takes the showdown. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to get value from a ton of hands, but, like, you could try it.
It got pushed back.
But, yeah.
I don't know that you're getting called by worse.
Dead button.
8-9. You think 8-9's gonna fold? 10-8? I don't think so.
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, I guess.
8-7 even, right? Like it's just like, oh well, cool. I improved to 3 pair. But at the same time, you reopen the betting, and On can always at any time just be like, cool, let's make it 3,000. And you're like, oh no.
On live stream too.
What did I do?
No, she's getting married. I didn't mean it that way at all. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, I now
I think she said it's 4.
probably,
Nope,
well, certainly
absolutely
two.
not. That's not how I meant it. Mrs.
Go for the thin value.
Optimizer.
And I value own myself like pretty regularly, which feels good actually. Like in the moment I hate it. I'm like, oh, damn it. But like at the end of the day, there was something that I heard many years ago when I first started taking poker seriously. Someone said, if you don't value own yourself like ever, then you're not value betting nearly thinly enough. Like you should be betting so thinly that you value own yourself pretty regularly.
Yeah.
And I have sort of taken that to heart over the years, and now, every time it happens, I roll my eyes, and then I'm like, yeah, well, that's what we do.
Yep.
It was a double straddle.
All right, small raise here from Doug. Small raise here from downhill. Bigger raise here from Slicer.
Doing funny things. Alright, we're good. 4 call.
Curious to see what happens now.
Yeah, this is an interesting hand already.
Doug here actually with a pretty good candidate to go for a big squeeze. He was the first player to raise.
Yeah.
He has ace-5 suited, and there's just like people calling behind after Slicer raised, like, just make this 1,000 and just get all of these people. Okay, maybe 1,000 is a little bit crazy, but make it 770.
I mean, is it though?
It's not. There's a ton of dead money.
Like, I
in
think
there.
1,000 is not crazy. I think if you make it much smaller than that, you might get 4 callers there, So.
Yeah, you don't want to make it look too crazy. Doug does raise it. He makes it 975.
975, yeah, that was
Let's go. Show the 5.
And he does. It's like he heard you.
Doug here doing his best to improve his nitty.
I mean, I love that he shows the 5 like everyone doesn't know exactly what he has. Like, you have ace-5 suited, dude.
Yeah.
We knew that. Like, that's 100% of the times that you're squeezing that size in that spot. Congratulations.
I agree. But
What, you did that with pocket 5s? No, you didn't.
No, 5, queen 5 off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now that would be
I was just happy he saved me.
a move that I would say I definitely didn't see that coming from you, Doug.
That last hand there from Doug gonna continue to hold the Lottie line right at 15%. On
there
here
already?
up
I
over.
don't think it's in there.
Did you see that short of that guy at
9
Katelyn's game? That,
Caitlin, not at the table?
like 12,000
Or just
something in the first hour of the stream.
doesn't want to play pocket 6s?
Oh, probably walked away.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
4 full. 5 full. 6 full. 8 full.
Yeah, not there.
I gotta go pick up my kid or something. Like,
Thank you.
if I do this.
Up, Doug back below.
Yeah, king 5 suited, 5-6 suited. No, definitely not. That's ace 5 suited or nothing.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't know why you showed it. Like,
I mean, I would have just shown both cards and been like, yeah, we got one through.
I mean, ace high was good.
Or stay. Not lean over.
God, I don't even remember what the other players called.
The next best hand was like
Ace
king jack
deuce,
off
right,
or king
ace
queen
deuce
off.
Suited.
There was like 9-6 suited.
Optimized had ace deuce of clubs, so yeah.
Yeah, ace 5 good.
What was it? King jack for slicing.
Yeah, offsuit. Yeah.
1 raise to 7.
Ooh, number 1. We haven't seen this hand in a minute.
I don't think we've seen it all today. Optimize. Not going to play the king 6 this time.
The other day, we were playing on that Dallas.
Slicer gonna defend.
Won like 12 or 15K or something. and
I
racked up
mean,
the money.
yeah, he waited to do it when I was gone from the table on like a bathroom break, so I didn't give him it.
Does whiff, which is good for Slicer and
Yeah.
his
After like 60 hands.
stack.
Though afterwards, if that guy plays like a lot
Here, and Eric will take it down. Small pot with number 1. I mean, you always love to win. You'd much rather win a small pot than lose a big one. But yeah, it always kind of feels like you got a little bad beat.
Well, especially if you're like, you've lost some big ones or you've just been super card dead for a while and, you know, haven't even been able to really participate. You're like, yeah, let's go. And, oh. Like, the worst is when you get a walk and you haven't even looked at it yet and you just decide to look at it before you mark your cards. And you're like, oh my God, really?
I like never look when I get a walk. And
I know.
For some reason the other day I got a walk and everybody was just like laughing about it and I turned the hand over just for fun and it's aces.
Oh,
It was like, oh my God, this is why I never look. I mean, it was funny because like the dynamic that we were having at the table and it just sort of played into that perfectly. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Oh, it was because I hadn't played a hand in like 3 orbits.
There
I
you
was
go.
super
Yeah.
card dead and then I got the walk and I was like, oh, amazing. Oh God, it was aces. What the fuck?
It is a win.
I always just tell myself that, like, in those spots where you, like, raise and take it or get a walk or something like that with a big hand, I'm like, I was going to get coolered by something stupid. Like, I'm just going to tell myself that. Like, not even just like, well, you know, I still won or I didn't lose or whatever. Like, no, it was going to be a huge pot and I was going to get coolered, definitely.
Slicer here going to flop top 2, but it is all diamonds on board. 4 spades now on the turn. Doesn't change much. Still just up against Katelyn with a gutty and bad diamond draw, but it is the only diamond draw, so she actually has reasonable equity here. Eric on middle pair is out of the way, out of the way with his gut shot, no diamond. Heads up to the river. It is a diamond, so Katelyn will improve to the best hand. And Slicer, yeah, his hand is too good to turn into a bluff. He just kind of hate everything.
Katelyn going to bet here.
This is ballsy.
Yeah, for sure. Not a move I would make. Ever. There.
7 of diamonds to me is just like the perfect card to be like, this wins so much of the time, but like, does a full pot size bet ever get called by worse? I don't think so. So, yeah. Maybe
Right,
if
and
she
it's-
bets small enough, the 2 pair could call her, but like.
Right, if she bets
huge.
like 40, maybe.
Yeah.
That's about it, though.
I don't know. Maybe just poking Slicer in the eye, being like, I win.
Maybe.
You know, she's like, I know that I've won because he checks, and I'm just going to blast him out of the pot.
Sure.
Just for fun. In any case, it's time for us to gamble.
Okay,
And I won the
let's
last time,
go.
so I get to go first.
I'm eating my favorite nuts. Lemon heads? I like cards.
Reese's.
wild berries.
Yeah, like straight.
All right, Ragnar taking the 7.
Pieces or the cups?
Tough roll. Raina going to get in there before me as well. She's going to take the 37, which means I get the 99.
Mandatory.
8.
No, you didn't.
Give it a minute.
I already see it.
Oh, 40.
Best candy is Rolos, though.
I mean, it is better than the first 2 rolls, so that's positive development.
Yeah.
Downhill just going to raise and take it there to jack off. Let's see if Carolyn can brick under a 40 here.
What's yours? Sprees?
I did in fact get under a 40.
Let's
so
go.
Congratulations
All
there.
right, Taco Bell.
I was really thinking like there were so many low rolls in a row that
Like straight candy.
Streamlab like has extra points to give out. Maybe I could get there, but
Yeah, you'd think, but no. The Streamlabs also knows.
oh, there it is. The very next roll, Poker Monkey. Congratulations, you got 97.
That's a good one. Well done. Delicious burritos that come out of this 20.
No, I mean, it's not like liquid inside.
I hope they're delicious. I hope that my hard-earned $20 gets you a delicious burrito,
My hard-earned.
and not a shit burrito.
Well, yeah.
But it's Taco Bell, so I mean, depends who you are.
Frozen Kit Kat.
Katelyn here with a lovely hand. Raise it up and on, of course, not going to orphan his babies with King 9 offsuit in the straddle. Heads up between these 2 players. We go. Got shot here for both players. Jack would be disastrous for on.
Spring and
For exciting for us.
Exciting for us, profitable for Katelyn, and still disastrous for On. But you're going to get a full pot size bet here from Katelyn. Going to hammer this with the 2 overs, the range advantage, and the gut shot to the nuts. On will quickly call. Off to a turn we go. 3 of hearts, not going to change anything. Ace high is still best, but Katelyn going to slow it down with a check, and wow, On gets to blast this now for a 3/4 pot. Katelyn with no club equity or anything, she's just holding on with ace high, 2 overs, gutty.
Did you just steal their cookie card?
Yeah, just let that one go, and On will take it down with the pure aggression. It's tough to play against On out of position in particular, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's like if you play in position, at least you kind of get to like see what he's gonna do. But when you have to check and then he's just like, "Oh, you gave up? Cool, fuck you, my pot."
Yeah.
You're like, "No, I didn't."
The slightest sign of weakness, he will pounce on, without a doubt. I was actually thinking about that earlier. So,
You can look at it as a dig, not a dig.
No, that's
and I was going to say something, but
That's what I do.
yeah,
So
no,
when I
like,
actually play, I just take pictures.
which you could use to your advantage. You know, you want On to blast into
Fair
you.
enough, fair enough.
Just put on that pained face and be like, "Man,
Oh yeah,
I check."
acting.
And then he's like, "Yeah, let's go."
Dug back under the lottie line, 13%. Come on, man. I kid, of course, but you know.
Do you? Are you kidding? I'm not.
I found a candy shop that has razzles.
All right, here we go.
You guys remember
Heads up,
razzles?
it is optimized in here out of the straddle with
No,
some
razzles
napkins.
were the candy that
Optimize is in this defend 100% from the straddle mode today, I guess. Oh, I guess it was just a call. Never mind, it was one
Excuse
five.
me. Well, it's no 6-3.
not allowed. You have to
But he's played some
days off.
marginal.
On here takes a stab and optimizes. Done with it now. So On will win some best game.
I guess it's healthier to eat 2 of those and eat like other candy bars. Yeah.
So what have you been up to recently? You do anything interesting recently? Coming up?
Fun. Interesting. Those are words
Fun.
that I wouldn't
small blind, big blind,
use to
straddle.
describe
Oh, I've never had
recent memory compared to, you know, other things in my own experience in life.
Okay.
But compared to other boring people's lives, yeah, for sure. My life is generally fun.
75.
Cool. We need to do another spades or like some sort of game
Yeah, for sure.
at my house. Slash, you know, where you live.
Yeah, the house that I reside in.
Yeah. All right, Slicer and Katelyn here are going to go heads up to a flop.
Streets is the best thing that's ever happened in society. Ever. Like, ever.
Yeah, you let me know when you want to come just crush my soul again, because you did win
Dug the angle.
8-bit one.
last time.
Yeah, seriously, man.
So Slicer, the pre-flop aggressor, he's going to continue here for 150. This is nearly full pot, and Katelyn will make a call. Effective second pair. Definitely can't go anywhere with just 1 overcard to your 9. This is a good card for
Yeah.
Katelyn.
Very nice.
And Slicer here would have to continue telling his story across both turn and river if you were going to bet now. Does this check. Gets a quick check back from Katelyn, not going to go for a probe.
Every time.
And
every week
while
I
she
go.
does give Slicer a free river card, it is a safe one. And Slicer is just going to give up, take his ace high showdown. Now let's see if Katelyn goes for a small bet.
And I wish Aaron's house had a pool,
I bet 420.
I wish so too.
because that would be the house that I live in, and that would mean I would have a pool.
They have such good cupcakes.
Yeah, you should work on that. You got a backyard. You could put a pool back there.
Yeah, I could fit a pool back there. However, I pay for like a, you know, an HOA pool.
Treat or a crumble.
Mother-in-law has a
Crumble
pool.
is like one of the most overrated.
So
Wait, is the HOA pool any good? Your little neighborhood pool?
They're
Yeah,
really
you
good.
pee in it?
everybody does.
Yeah, perfect.
It's mostly pee, actually.
That's how they keep it full, yeah.
88% pee.
Overrated. Small blind, big blind.
As most pools are, let's be honest.
Yeah.
What was the other option? That one.
I haven't
Water's
worked
expensive.
from the insomnia
Yeah.
location here, but when I was a student
But it has to be.
No, we go to the neighborhood pool like 3-4 days a week. Ian loves it.
Oh, that's great. And he's
Yeah.
got little friends that he hangs out with there, runs around screaming and shit.
He does run around screaming. He does make friends regularly.
Nice.
He also really loves swimming, and he's got little floaties, and we just let him go.
Nice.
It's a cup.
All right, 3 players with reasonable hands here. Plays for Katelyn and Eric all flop here. 500 in the middle.
He's never
And
had
it's like half ice cream, half cookie. Dude, it's the best thing they have. It's so good.
Somebody has a
I'm
flush
gonna
shot?
have to check that on their website.
Katelyn here, pair and a flush draw. So
That's a nice hand there.
yeah,
One check. Yeah, I
demolishing
always
this
order
flop.
like
Checks
two-
all the way through.
Like 2 dozen cookies, dude. Like I can't have it.
Picks up a gutty as well here on the turn. Slicer has the same gut shot to Broadway that he had on the flop, and after checking all the way through, he's gonna hit this for 350, sort of repping an ace-queen type holding, which I'm not sure ace-queen even goes for the big bet.
One fold heads up.
This is actually a little bit uncharacteristic, I would say.
Genius was like, let's just take all the cookie crumbles.
I mean, he does have the jack blocker, but
Clubs
10
come
jack
in.
could check that flop, I
like the
suppose.
best
Yeah, no,
thing
10 jack
you
actually could
could
check that
ever
flop
happen.
multi-way. It would certainly be a continue most of the time in a heads-up flop.
All right, let's see what Slicer decides to do here. Out of position. Katelyn sitting on second nuts.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Slicer here is just like, I just
Yeah,
like
Katelyn
never
just
bets
shoves it,
that
of course.
turn. But like if Katelyn ever has like a queen or something, she'll have to fold it now. Or even like king 10 is just gonna be like, really?
Yeah.
It has to be like king 10 with the 10 of clubs or something to make the call. So attacking a fairly narrow calling range, but yeah, Katelyn just has it and
Yeah.
You just
Yeah,
got
yeah.
even.
nice
Raking
hand.
in a big one.
It's close enough. Feels even.
Just in general, I want to shake the banana tree that is Kevin.
Yeah, she's
Oh.
she is having a great time.
I fucking hate how
Katelyn is usually requests to sit in the 1 seat and is routinely super card dead over there. I think
Actually, the way I play that
that
hand,
seat
let's break it
just
doesn't
doesn't
get
get
cards.
cards.
One fold,
But now she's
You know that
in
he
three
the 9th
fold,
seat.
I know.
Crushing.
And all the good cards are going over there.
fold,
That was so bad. The
five
flip,
fold.
of course, flatting a 3-bet. Oh my god, I could vomit.
Dooch will fold as he do.
8 check.
Downhill to make
Sometimes
the
I
call.
get away
Slicer
from
will
it.
check his option. Here we go. 3 players. Pretty raggy, disconnected hands. Gonna take a little peek
Oh,
at
my
this
300 behind, obviously.
four
No, I
tray
just bet 3.
Badoogie
If he
flop.
4-bets 3, I get away from it.
whole lot of not much out there for anybody.
If I 4-bet 3 and he jams,
6
like,
fold, 8
Did I
the
miss
call was so dreadful. The call was so dreadful. Anyway, moving on.
So Katelyn did add on after she got whacked by
Chirping chips, you know?
was it,
Chirping chips, it happens.
Oh, it must have been downhill.
We all
That happened when I was out of the room.
Tip streets.
oh,
I missed it.
okay, that's right. Yeah, Katelyn did take some damage there and had to add on.
Super good.
Yeah, it was pocket jacks against
This stack
I'm
costs
adding 5.
8-6 clubs. That is correct. You were out of the room. Forgot about that.
5,000.
All right.
get it from
Just,
Katelyn.
Yeah.
It's all going that way anyway.
Katelyn, however, playing a third of hands.
501 for me.
So getting cards to play. Doug's falling further below the lottery line.
Lemon cookie.
What does that make it like? 4 hands, he said?
You don't know Usa?
5.
Usa's from Bad Boys.
Since you have to subtract one total.
3 raised to 50, 4 folds. I can't focus.
4 would be
Ah,
9%.
lemon cookie
That'd be
comes
bad.
Bad
fancy.
boys too.
5 raised to 1.
I think there's 6.
Folds, 8 folds.
But yeah, we're gonna have to create a Doug line. There'll be the Lottie line, and then if you go too far down, then it'll be the Doug line.
I think it's like 11%. He's gonna fall below.
13.
below.
13 is like his.
He's below it right now,
Yeah,
so
he's
that
below
doesn't
the Doug
work.
line.
Maybe 12.
He's playing this hand though, so he's gonna try to hug the Doug line. He's got Queen 10.
Hug
clubs,
the Doug.
spades.
5 bet 1.
I knew it 100%.
That can be his catchphrase.
He's gonna get check raised by on.
I love it.
But
King 10. Just like the spite check raised here. Doug, though, perhaps not going to stand for this. And I would love to see Doug actually give him a third bet. Just like, no, bro. Like, you can't
No.
check raise me on my board. Like, this is my board. But instead, he's just going to fold, which you do, right? Like, you
Yeah,
just
of
have to fold. It sucks, but
You
have
think
to.
about it, and then you're like,
We can't talk about the game, but we can talk about shells.
I know, we got
fine.
Yeah, it's like, if I had Queen 10 of hearts, I would do it. You know,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
come on.
Queen 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of diamonds.
Oh, that's a bad sign. Whoa.
What was the question?
I asked
All right, Doug back up to 14% on that.
All right, so then 13% must be the line.
I think that's right. I think 13. That seems like a reasonable spot for the Doug line.
How was your anniversary dinner? Have I seen
It's an unreasonable spot for anyone
That's
to
where your
be,
mind went,
but
not
it is.
to 19 hours ago.
Tell that to
Doug.
Doug. He will
Your mind went to
he will
1980 something.
tell you otherwise.
No, he was proud of 13%.
He,
last
yeah,
week.
he thinks that is perfect. He thinks if you play any more than 13%, you are a fish.
I just know that Kevin.
5 fold.
I don't think he really said
Kevin
that.
can get
That is a raise.
That's
I don't know.
raised.
He thinks I'm a
Yes.
fish.
Then I
Oh.
He thinks everyone's a fish. He's just sitting there
100.
waiting for people to play their 15%.
Their
He's like, I'm going to get you.
Fishy 15. That's right. All right. Heads up here between on and downhill.
Don't forget to enter to win a cruise. Just
Oh,
a
yeah.
reminder. I just read the thing again. I was thinking that.
Downhill going to outflop on with a pair and a
That's a
straight
good
drop.
turn.
Yeah, picks up trips now.
I don't know that. On is just checking here. Out of character for him. Doug's Dungeon.
Doug's Dungeon. There we go.
There you go.
I don't like that.
I bluff
Yeah,
you
On
and then I
says,
can't bluff
meh,
you 'cause
I believe you.
I try to bluff you. Don't let you. Don't
All right,
let me.
so downhill's going to take that one down, and we are nearing the halfway point. We've got about 220 of you fine folks hanging out with us. So, of course, we've already mentioned the cruise. Do have some other exciting things
Yeah,
going
but I
on. So,
wanted
it's
to bluff.
our spring
No fun
location
getting
down just outside of Houston, Texas. TCH, we're running a $250 buy-in 100K guaranteed tournament.
So I
That's
put
going
an
to
ace up
start
there so I can.
here in a couple weeks with the day 2 going to be on
Yeah,
Labor
he
Day
came to
weekend.
me and asked me yesterday. He was
So
like,
if you're in or around the
I'm like, "Dude,
spring/Houston area, definitely do look to check that out. 100K guaranteed, $250 buy-in with 30K guaranteed for first place. Again, that is coming up, leading up to the Labor Day weekend. Then, of course, we've also got a very exciting stream for you coming up on Monday. Carolyn and I will be here in the booth running commentary for that. And it is going to be a special stream with a lot of local sort of poker personalities. Going to be playing some 1-3.
Local, you would say?
Reality on camera? Is that what we're doing?
Oh, I was told 1-3, but perhaps.
It's a
Oh,
year,
sorry, it's
probably
2-5
not
this
over
week
half
and
of it.
maybe 1-3 the following. Okay, I apologize.
9 check.
Okay, well, then I am a little bit out of the loop. It's
I am
2-5
just,
or
people
1-3.
just
It's
tell me to be
basically the
here,
same.
and I just come in.
That's sort of how I roll as well.
Thank
In any case, it's going to be pretty cool. We've got John Party, we've got Ebony Kenny. I forget who else is going to be playing as well, but we've got some
Yeah,
fun
I would have to go
characters.
back
Should be a
to.
great game.
He's the
Great lineup.
original.
Yeah, I think it's a really good lineup.
And
I
then
just-
it sounds really good.
Katelyn's playing. So, just going to take a peek.
So you never
Yeah,
used
it
never used
is.
Caitlin? Said you never
Oh,
used
SETI, Poker Traveler, he will be there.
It's the tits.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
your
call
hair is really,
SPCA on you.
and you could totally take
John Party, Katelyn Kaminsky, Ebony Kenny, Jeff Platt,
Jeff Platt, perfect.
SETI,
April.
9
9 raised 75.
Bet on Drew,
You started
I
it.
believe.
Cool. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be fire. Really looking
It's gonna
forward
be
to it.
really
So that's
fun.
this Monday.
Talk about
Tune
dogs
on
and
in
peanut butter
for
syrup.
that show.
I'm trying.
What's
Here
the
just
grossest
after the
thing you've
weekend,
ever done
so we
with
look
a
forward to
pet?
that. Katelyn here going to raise it up from the cutoff. Ace, queen, suited.
Well, if it's not
Both
gross,
Optimize and Doug sitting on the Jack 10 offsuit.
Yeah, Blake still has cards.
They will both make the call to go to a flop 3 ways.
My older brother killed my hamster because he had my
Jack
hamster
in the
eating
window.
belly button
Top pair
was
for both
away.
Optimize and
Four
Doug.
check,
Caitlyn
five
here with no spades and pretty much
Nine
not
check.
much going on here. Yeah, she's just going to check this back.
So did my parakeet. My parakeet lived like a year. It was bad.
Another
That was
9
the
on
scene
the
I went to,
turn
like,
here.
have a
Let's
slumber
see
party
who
with my
takes the
friend.
stab
I
now.
get home and my hamster is just gone. Like the cage and everything is just gone. And I was like, what happened to Hamsty? Because I'm
230 in
great
the
at
middle.
naming
Optimize going to
hamsters.
bet. Looks to be
Poor bet
one-
I remember that the
125.
hamster kept chilling through his cage and getting out.
Suspect Doug will
Mine
make the
did
call
that,
here,
like,
and
to get
Caitlyn
into
will
his
bow
wheel,
out.
because I had like this plastic thing that would cover his hole to the wheel that we could just like spin on it at like 3 in the morning. And he
Doug's
chewed
going to
through
go
it.
for a raise here, and
5 raised,
this is an
450,
interesting
9
play.
fold. But yeah, I get home and my mom's like, oh,
Yeah, but this
Hamster
is his,
just died, and I go
what,
on my older
15th
brother's
percent?
MySpace,
So
and
he's
it's
bound to make a
pictures of
mistake.
my hamster eating cheese whiz out of his belly button.
He's going to get
Four
Optimized to
fold. I was
fold
like,
the chop.
You're a liar, Mom. Like, he didn't
And-
die.
Good bet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit button clicky because, like, your hand has decent showdown value, but really does not
I'll give you
benefit
30
from building a
guesses.
pot, which raising there is pretty much only going to
give you
build
30
the
guesses,
pot
you would
against a hand that's better than you and fold out everything that's worse than you. So it's like kind of the prototypical or whatever stereotypical like
Corey, that is this Monday,
You
like
won't
in a
get it.
couple
30
days.
guesses, you won't get it.
I think it smells like something died.
I got
and
it,
we
I
found
got it.
Like we're gonna have the weekend and then the day that comes after the weekend,
No.
Some crap like
that will be the day of the stream.
yeah 4 days or
Something that you'd be
whatever it
like,
is.
why on earth
Yep.
did you raise
Yeah, yeah. So coming right up.
It was not Jack 8.
pocket eights?
No, 8.
All right, let's see here. We've got the 25 and the 50 on. On's gonna limp from the button,
Less sense than.
and downhill gonna go ahead and squeeze this up to 350, just about 350.
Let's talk
But,
about
Raise to 300. Okay.
Let's go back to dogs and peanut
I
butter.
kind of want to
On
know what
will
he has,
limp
though, so
and
I'm
then
okay with
make
this
the
one.
call. Here we go. Heads up between these two players. Out of position with the betting lead. And an
Ace
ace
in
right in the
the-
window, but it's all
oh.
diamonds. Flop the nuts here for downhill, and On has top pair with a
Man.
diamond.
I would call the
Six
river
bet.
bet.
What a luck box.
And I'm already at 50 hands.
How do you just make a
Am I at or
kind of out of line squeeze with King 4 suited and then just flop the goods?
And now On min-click raising to 400 here. It's a little bit weird. Your hand looks super strong to re-raise, but you kind of need to, because if your opponent has flopped a flush, they're not going anywhere. And if they don't
course.
have a flopped flush, that's got to be something like 2-pair or a strong 1-pair holding with like a inferior flush draw. So you definitely have every incentive
Yeah, On
to raise.
turns a straight draw to go along with his top pair and
10,000?
inferior flush draw.
I'm looking forward to watching.
I definitely think the raise there is appropriate just because
Is anyone okay with 1,500 as the min buy-in?
I think the flat scares On off more.
1K.
What's the min
Well, and
buy-in?
the worst thing that could happen in the world is that you flat call, you check the turn, and they just check back. And like
Right,
you
of course.
didn't build the pot. You need to maintain the betting lead with a hand as strong as the nuts. And the stacked pot ratio being well over 1.
And On is still in here.
Oof. Doesn't want to see a 4. Or even arguably a 5, I would say. Or
That
an
was what I
ace,
was,
right?
yeah, 4, 5, ace. And there's so many cards that would have been really bad from there. But he does now have 2-pair aces and
No, it's
deuces.
poker chop.
And yeah, with the board pairing, I mean, downhill can't really do anything with the stacked pot ratio less than 1 other than go all in. If he's got a boat, he's got a boat, and you're just,
Oh, On
that
is
sucks.
gonna
But
think real hard.
But also, I get drunk and that's obnoxious. So, you know,
yeah,
Counting them
top pair,
chips.
no kicker, right? Like you're playing the 9 as your kicker here for On. So even
I haven't
if
even had a beverage.
downhill is somehow like
I like
You're
talking
stuck with
about
sober
whatever
Katelyn.
tilts the most.
blasting away, which you wouldn't do with something like
Like ace, king,
Ace.
king of diamonds. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Give me 4 black.
don't juice me up.
But you're still dead.
I mean, I think On will eventually let this go. This is just a little bit too wild and crazy. At the same time, anytime the flush comes out and your opponent reps it from the flop onwards, you kind of just don't believe it.
It's very suspect, especially it's heads up, and it's like, man, what are the chances that he had diamonds? Like,
The flip side
like
of
there's
this,
only 2 of us. There's only 4 suits. Like, do you really have diamonds?
yeah, but this went bet, raise, re-raise on the flop, so
Yeah.
like he can also have sets.
Of course, which
Right?
he's losing
Like-
to.
Ooh, I mean, like a set of 9s that
48-50.
is just like going for value against all of your ace X with the X of diamonds. Like, you know, all of those hands are going to continue playing this just the way the downhill did. So you now lose to all the flop flushes, all of the rivered boats. You beat
I mean, he
nothing.
was losing to the sets from the get go, anyways. But
Of course. Yeah, but like, what do you like? What the thing here is to ask yourself,
what do you
what is
thinking?
my opponent bluffing with? Like, let's find a hand that he's bluffing with, and you'd have to be like King X, like King Queen with the King of Diamonds, right? That is just like barreling down. That's like that's a
Yeah.
hand that you could reasonably bluff.
Sure.
There's just not very many other
But then,
ones.
I mean,
King Jack with the King of Diamonds, right? Like, these are hands
Sure.
that 3-bet pre, and then called a 3-bet,
yeah, and
or
the,
actually did some more 3-betting on the flop. He's going to turn the hand over, and I think
kings with the king of diamonds. Also, you beat.
you would
but-
have very little incentive to bet like this. Because you'd be bluffing with it from the flop. If
Yeah,
you
of course.
3-bets it on the flop. You'd never do that, I don't think, with King of Diamonds. Imagine being forced to play.
I don't know. I'm just thinking of what else. I mean, really, you don't beat anything. There's just you don't. You just don't. There's nothing out. The only thing you beat is kings with the king of diamonds or king queen with the king of diamonds.
Yeah. On here, though, very deep in the tank, talking at downhill a little bit. Downhill going to talk back. Downhill pretty comfortable in these spots.
Yeah.
Very capable of just like bantering with you, having a conversation in the middle of a hand. I've seen him. do
Yeah, I've
that
never
many
seen him
times.
get flustered at all or like button up over like overly tight, like shut down his ability to have a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of the opposite where I'm like, I'm just
You know,
not
you
going to
shut
have a
it down.
conversation with you at all. Like,
You could
fist
be
fight,
laughing
whatever.
and talking the whole time, and then Aaron's in a big hand, and it's like at the river, and he literally will just not acknowledge your existence.
Yeah.
He
yeah.
just will stare, like dead stare into space and be like, no, don't fucking talk to me.
All right, on does make the fold. Downhill will win the pot, but gets no additional value. And yeah, that was a big spicy hand for pretty
Can you
big
actually
marginal
check the
holding.
pot? Can you
Indeed.
check the pot and count it?
All right, downhill, continuing the uphill climb. See what I did there?
Downhill with the upswing. Boom.
I guess uphill climbs aren't really. No, upswing. Yeah, that's right. All right. He's headed uphill.
You talk to me? I'm sorry. What do you say?
He's
Yeah,
asking if you'd be
came
crying
in
or cold.
on
You
3.65,
gonna look up
relatively
anyways?
short
I tell
stack.
you what I have.
Now sitting on almost 10K.
Yeah, but even after taking a couple of big hits here as of late for on, he is still just barely stuck and still sitting on over 9,000.
Yeah.
He's over 9,000. Slicer here adding on to cover the table.
I don't like the
has
board pair,
heats.
and you know what I'm thinking the whole time? I'm thinking you're slow rolling me because of what I was saying
Right.
earlier. I'm like,
Full
this guy
barrel
has
of pink
quads.
chips.
On
He's gonna
doing
be
his standard
That's all I was
mid-click to
thinking
50,
the
which he
whole
does
time.
with
I'm
all
like,
hands
when I
apparently.
faded that
King
snap,
5
that's
offsuit
all
as
I
well
was
as
thinking
kings.
was over.
Queen 5 offsuit.
You're like, I regret.
And optimize
You have-
raising
you have
jack
blind
suited,
control.
king in the window.
I swear I didn't know if it was over though.
Three bet 400.
Yeah. That was like,
On gonna donk lead at this for full pot with second pair no kicker. Yeah, pretty trivial call in position here for optimize. 7 of clubs changes nothing on the turn. On here, still blasting. This is a little bit of tilt, I'm sure. after losing that last hand. Just sort of going to try to aggress his way to victory. Optimize, as we were saying before, like when he has a hand strong enough that you're just like, cool, I can just call no matter what you bet, and everything's fine.
Yeah.
Especially now. On slows it down though with a check here on the end. And Optimize has got to know that On is just so often going to have some sort of busted straight or flush draw, but you still have to go for value.
Oh, wow. Checks it back. What is that about? Just being nice, I guess?
I take it there.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, right? Like, so often it's going to be some sort of busted draw that's never going to pay you, but...
He might have gotten something. I mean, with
think
this
he would've.
particular case, like, the king pairs the river. It makes it slightly less likely that that Blake has a king. And so On is going to feel better about the queen, I would think.
No.
Like, if he was behind to a king, then he was behind the whole way. He's been betting his second pair the whole way. Like, the king is not...
No.
Shouldn't deter him or make him think that his hand is less strong, you know?
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I think that's...
I think that's the card to
mandatory
get you
river bet.
paid, yeah.
I agree.
Beyond that.
I agree. All right, back on the horse is On. He is raising it up with King Tray offsuit. Optimize now with number 1. Ooh, this is a big raise, though.
Is it my turn?
It is.
I guess On made it 75, not 50.
Yeah, but still, 275, right? Like,
In position.
doesn't matter. On snaps him off, and see if Optimize can win
Let's
another
see
big one.
a 3-3-3 flop.
Oh, gross.
See if this game, so I'll allow it.
Ooh. I don't know. That's
Ways things are going around
Talk
town.
about the pros and cons.
he's got the king of diamonds and a gut shot on this 6-high board.
Ooh, we're on a podcast.
Tell us.
Optimize will continue for half pot, and yeah, I mean, On is certainly going to continue. Let's see if he raises or just calls. All right, it's just going to be a call.
I don't know. I was trying to think of a zippy line, and I just hoped it was true.
Another
I mean,
deuce now on the
statistically,
turn,
probably.
going to make Optimize feel pretty good. There are some funky combos of twos that On will play every once in a while, but like aces up on a board like this is fantastic for you. You don't have a diamond, so that's actually good for you.
Right.
I would like to see a large bet here. He's going to go 7 into 1200, so sort of a middling size,
Coming up, I think the caps are appropriate.
2/3 ish,
Yeah.
and On is just going to let it go.
Yeah, I don't think there was really any size that I'm just going to continue with. So
No, but if you imagine that On has something like perhaps pocket sevens or
sure,
pocket
yeah.
fours, pocket threes, I mean, any of these hands that are in his range, you're going to
Or a
want to
flush
charge
draw, or
them.
like, I mean, anything that's just got a little bit
Let's see if I this.
more
Everywhere across town.
ways to improve, a few more ways to improve there. But
Yep.
Because like my friend Poker Face Ash, you know her? She was asking
yeah,
me,
he's
like,
just sitting on the gutter there. You gotta let it go.
5, and I'm like, it's a big leap right now. Like this is the next step. This is the game. This is what I would feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Carlo in the chat. Hello.
Happening.
Aw.
No, but
Eric
this
here
stuff
been
is
pretty
interesting.
card dead for a
Yeah,
hot minute.
indeed. I was gonna say something before, like I don't think I've seen Eric play a hand in a while.
Well, it's because he's in the 1 seat.
I told you that seat doesn't get any cards.
This is 2022. Why do you keep discriminating?
Prove me wrong. Somebody,
Man,
anybody.
very
He could just move to the 2 seat and he would be fine.
Everything would change.
Yeah. I don't want any logic about him getting the same cards, guys. That's not how it works.
All right, Doug here raising.
It's not
in
even
the
about that,
cutoff.
Kristen. It's just some voodoo bullshit happening at the table.
All right, so On limps, Doug raises, and then Katelyn makes it 420 to go with a couple of aces. Everybody folds, and she'll take that one down.
It's like a $3 bomb pot, and it's like 2 pots. And
All right, I'm going to step out for a moment. We'll be back
Okay.
momentarily.
I truly don't know.
I'm the 5.
All right, we're going to take a peek at the beat pips. Yes, please. Thank you. On almost 60% of the hands. Doug is over the Lottie line, so congratulations to Doug
I would rather play
for breaching the Lottie line.
Worry about
Good job.
It's the only place left to now.
Who?
No, who? I'm not gonna say his name. He doesn't get that credit.
When you keep the
my
desire
dead
pretty tempered all the
Yeah, I
time.
didn't go to the birthday.
So,
4 fold, 5 fold. 6 raise to 75. 8 call. 9
Oh,
fold.
Jaywin in the chat. What's up, Jaywin?
Yeah, he doesn't play haircut to me.
Where you at? Why are you not in this game?
3 call. No, it's not a long sit.
We got some speculative nonsense.
Like 5-10 a year, uncapped.
JTN 1968 claiming that TCH was built on an Indian burial ground. Okay, but why is seat 1 haunted and seat 9 is not? So explain that to me. Queen, Jack, 3 deuce. Queen is in the lead. Eric's got a gutter.
He's in the zone.
And On's going to take it
No
down.
tripping chips, that's the problem. I have tripping chips, the easier to talk.
Like, I understand the guys that had been
Can't
See.
sit there in zone.
It is 8
since their full-time
p.m. That means we are halfway through,
but, you know,
which also means that I can feel in my bones, I can sense it in the wind, that I think we're going to have a bob hot soon.
Think that you get more
But I could be wrong.
Yes.
And I think this time we might get it right. Kristen, I'm looking at you on that one. Did we do it at 7 o'clock? Did I miss
Yeah,
that?
You did. You missed everything.
Man.
But I didn't miss Doug getting ace king and raising to 100.
Eric
Wow.
has some, what do you want to call him today? Judy's?
sorry, I know. Fuck
J-wins.
J-wins.
Come on. So what's the movie I should
Ace, 10, 8, 3 spades. Eric does have the jack of spades, so he's got that going for him.
you would enjoy
Baby
that I
mama.
don't think you've seen.
Interesting that he plays that
Recheck.
choose?
just as a call. I mean, again, this is Doug, I suppose, but
If I did, it was 20 years ago. Okay, sideways.
so checks through on the flop.
Bet 300.
I've definitely
Doug
heard
bets the pot now here on the turn.
1 call.
the
Sandra,
Eric happily going to make the call, and yeah, On's just going to get out of the way there. Bottom pair, gutty,
he's the guy from
bad flush draw.
Giamatti. Billions.
I haven't seen that one.
4 spades on the river.
I think that's Paul Giamatti.
Not what Doug
So I
wanted
can
to
tell you I
see.
really enjoyed Billions, but it trails
Eric
off
will
when you
check
fold.
though, so Doug will get to just check behind.
It's like, they should have ended it after
Is there a lampshade
Reach, or sorry.
on the table behind On? No. That's a roll of paper towels, but. And then there's a chip tray in front of it, but. It does kind of look. It looks like a lampshade,
I mean,
like a cartoon version of what a child would draw a lampshade as.
maybe a little bit like Escher-esque, right?
Yeah,
It's a little
yeah.
lopsided, like
Yeah.
on purpose.
I like it.
when we watched it,
Yeah.
he wasn't a pro.
Ragnar, I would like some of whatever you've
So
been
you watched
smoking.
it?
That
And
sounds
she's
like
not
fun.
gonna watch it, so this doesn't matter.
I didn't
When
watch the
he
last season.
pushes her in front of
All right,
the
so
trainer,
Eric
stop
ships the
watching
pot
it
with
that
his
long.
jack of
And
spades
Kelly
there.
Martin
Right
was
here.
We,
so
What happened on the river? Was it check check?
To this day, you
yeah,
I have no
that's
yeah.
what
idea.
Doug frustratingly checked behind.
I was so
Probably
mad.
really
so
aggressively frustrated.
That was a lot of the
If I had to
show.
guess.
It takes a while to get there.
Big blind, right?
No.
No, I understand.
JTN 1968 here. He knows what it is. The one seat always being card dead is like a cold spot in a haunted house.
Season 2, I believe.
And he lives in a
Okay,
haunted
okay.
building, so he.
I get
can
it,
say
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
The cursed spot.
I watched the first season. I didn't pick it up after that.
All right, Katelyn here with some juices. Just
Gonna take it down.
Did you give it a good mark?
I really liked the first
trying to think of
season.
yours.
The second season was like okay.
All right, let's look at the V-pips here, 'cause
and then,
Doug
like,
has,
with the newest season,
I know,
Played-
he was
played
already
several hands.
over the Lottie line, and now he's even
it's so bad,
further
it's
over the
like,
Lottie line.
Yeah, he's almost. He's into fish territory.
Yeah, for
Squarely
sure.
into fish
You
territory.
need to tighten it up, Doug. What are you doing with your life?
If someone tried to, like, what happened?
Don't encourage him.
There was a show that everybody loved on HBO.
I follow Doug on Instagram, and sometimes he posts things that just like prove just how proud of being the nittiest of nits he is. So
I, for whatever reason, am not currently following Doug on Instagram. What
it's not super exciting. It's mostly food pictures, like a ton of. He just eats so much food.
Watching stuff like that.
Like it's just he's always out to eat somewhere and taking pictures of his food. I guess I've never seen him actually eat his food, so maybe he just like takes it.
Information. It's just like this is
Okay, I found him.
once you get it, dude. I'm telling
All right, I'm now following. Well, I have to request. He's got a private. He only shows his food to his private
That makes
viewers.
sense.
I miss like
I'll show you it. I'll show you all his food. Don't worry.
All right, raised to 75 from Slicer. Eric not afraid to 3-bet pocket eights against the open from Slicer, but Doug now waking up with ace king here in the big blind. Going to come in for a cold 4-bet.
She was in the Romeo and Juliet remake.
225. Slicer's already folded. Or was that? No, it was downhill. Sorry, it was downhill. I thought I saw cards just come flying across there.
It might have been both of them.
Like Doug's raising, we're folding. Whatever amount, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, it's one of those things where like in that spot, like that was fine. Like Doug, there was a lot of dead money in that pot. Like Doug took down $330. That's great. But there's going to be a lot of times where it's like there's not that much dead money in the pot, and you're just getting snap folds from the whole table because you're never playing anything other than the nuts.
Or ace-5 suited, but you show the 5. The look on your face, bringing that back.
Wow, why even show it? Just much. We know what you have, Doug.
Although
Show the ace and be like, I had aces. I only bet aces there.
aces, bitches.
But I would. I'm not so good with
Doug, you're doing great.
I agree.
I mean, you're like probably winning. I just want more fun and excitement. So, you know,
About Squid Game is it has a lot
for
of
my own selfish reasons.
that. It's about the
Yeah,
Right?
Doug's winning.
Yeah, he's up. Like, I mean, oh, we got a little Phil Monday action. He is fun also to play with. Let's see how this goes.
Billy Tanks joining us here in the 2 seat. Sitting down to a pretty good hand as well. Ace Queen, off-suited variety. Gonna make the call after on open from under the gun here.
he's just trying to like get it to kind of
Yeah.
match up with the lips. Like,
So a 10s and a 4. We've only got one of On's cards scanned. It is the 9 of hearts, so there is some potential for a 10 of hearts out there. However, he checks it back. King of spades here now. And Philly Tank's going to go ahead and take a stab at this with the ace queen high.
Take it down. Phil is a blast to play with. He is fun all the time at the table. So it's a welcome sight here. I do think he was playing on the Monday stream as well.
Got anything like that? Like the world's ending type
Sure. I wasn't playing. So
Day after tomorrow.
Phil, Philly Tanks.
Day after tomorrow.
Obviously, I've heard of it.
Oh, I swear I saw it recently,
I
but
know I was playing 2-5 with him just the other day. Just not streaming.
yeah.
I hear Mother is just one of the most despicably depressing movies of all time.
I heard it's got
I won't
some
let you change
Pursuit of happiness.
wonderful.
Like even if you screw up your stack size, you can't even.
No, it's
Pursuit of
not.
Happiness.
All right.
Oh, yeah,
So
Raised
sad.
to 50, 4,
On here, gonna min-click it up. The 8-5 offsuit. Doug, who is just like an ace-king magnet here. Reaching for chips once again.
Nice
Downhill
life,
has
Doug.
folded.
Folded before Doug could make it bet, as everyone else is going to do as well. I mean, On is
Stay on brand.
like, even On is folding now, Doug. That's something other than ace king. Especially don't show it. Definitely don't show the ace king there, Doug. You are not helping your cause.
No, he wants everybody to think that it's ace king every time.
It
So
is
that he
ace
can
king
get
every
the
time.
ace-5 through.
It is ace king every time.
But then he's a shit guy that he was like, I don't think you want to drive after that. He's like, no, it's fine. Like, he goes there being
Good stuff. Fun times here on TCH Live. Thank you guys for tuning in. I think it might be time for us to gamble again.
I think
Maybe?
so. I think you're right.
I won last time, so I'm going to go first again.
That one won by really
Kind of a big deal winning at the freaking Streamlabs game. Right?
Congratulations.
Eating all of the Taco Bell
Years
on
after.
your dime.
Maybe. We got a lot of gambles left, so.
Ooh, well, you only need to beat a 46 now.
Yeah, but it was a 40 last time I still lost. So.
Yeah, let's see if you can get anything that starts with a 3 would be fine. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Streamlabs. Be kind to me, please.
My chat just instantly freezes as soon as I game.
Theory that women are.
All right, 3 players to a flop here. Slicer
If there are 2 female characters in a movie,
gonna flop top pair.
conversation that isn't about it.
Eric in the mix as well.
Oh, I win. Just barely. Man, squeaked out a win.
No, get out of here.
Yeah, give me that money.
Pass that test?
Flying colors.
I love that movie.
You know they're remaking it into a Netflix show.
Jesse's coming in next hand. 3 call.
Chances
All right,
are-
on the player to call with the pair 7, earns a gut shot. Still working with the effective second pair. Slicer here going to check it over to On. And On will check it back. So free shot at Glory on the river. It's a 10 of diamonds. No change.
Yeah, they're doing a series.
And I think
inspired
Slicer
by
can
the movie of the True
go for value or check to induce. But yeah, most standard is to go for value. 2/3 sizing here.
Oh, JTN 1968 inquiring about the whereabouts of David Pratt. David Pratt, make yourself known if you're out there in the universe.
Yeah, I feel like he would have already.
I do too.
done so.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say he is, I don't know, on a bumblebee somewhere. So.
Tyler's joining us here in the chat though. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Tyler?
As On here is in the tank trying to figure out if the bet check bet line from Slicer makes sense or if he wants to hero this off with the pair of 7.
Glory Road. Have you seen Glory Road?
Ooh, wow.
I think it's actually
The
What's this
full-blown pump fake there as
We'll make the call.
yeah.
Find out. He is not going to win this pot.
Yeah, hero with the 7s. and
I mean, I
Slicer
don't-
is best.
That was nice.
I don't fault him for
Thank
it,
you.
but-
We have Jesse coming in. Go ahead and
You know.
aim me up for a dealer change bomb.
Whatever. Sometimes you're just wrong. He's got.
Yeah, no, you're definitely going to lose sometimes in this game, and having 7s there is not a bad hand to call with.
Right. I think that's like the nut hero call hand right there.
Are we doing a bump putt?
Like, it's pretty good for a hero in terms of hero calls.
It's not bad. It's not bad. All right, we do have a dealer change as our boy Jesse, I believe, is going to be dropping into the box.
That
It is
usually the
Jesse, and
case.
that means it's time for $25 YOLO double board.
JTN 1968 says Slicer looks different tonight. I think he got a haircut.
I mean, I played that 2-3
It's about time for me to get a haircut, but I've probably got another week or two. This one.
But what was hilarious was that was like the first season.
Congratulations to all of you people who get haircuts regularly. I get my haircut like once every 6 months. Yeah.
200
My husband gets his haircut once every 2 weeks.
go back to the games was so intimidating.
It's his favorite thing to do.
What a baller.
Like, it's his like one joy in life right now, so you know. We let him have it. That's it.
Poor guy, man.
Just kidding.
Do you let him off the chain every once in a while? Run around the yard? Does he get to go pee in the pool?
Yeah, we have a fenced-in yard, so I mean he can run around.
Okay. Oh, man. JTN needs a haircut. Well,
Poker Monkey needs a better roll. Rolled 13, sorry.
womp.
Only 2,000 at stake though of his 460,000. Seems okay.
Wasn't an all-in roll.
What do we got? What do we got? 2 per and 1 pair. What else? Gut shot to a wheel for Katelyn. We got king high, club draw, and nothing.
some gutties there for Eric. On is going to bet, though. He's got a really interesting hand to bet with here.
Yeah, this is something that you will see on occasion. It is just players who aren't necessarily Omaha players.
Well, there's also a board
Massively.
read there. There is no ace on the board, so that is a misread. The bottom board is not reading correctly, unfortunately. So On did just have like an overpair to both boards, which I mean is still sort of a little bit on the subpar.
I think an overpair to both boards in certain situations, heads up on the river, like very specific board textures, you can justify like a hero call, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Like I'm never betting that.
All right, we do have the board sorted out, which is a completed front door club flush
That's not right
on
though.
bottom.
Oh, it is right.
Yeah, so Eric gonna have the king high flush on the bottom board, and after seeing the ace of clubs peel off on top, he now knows that he is working with the nut flush on bottom, the nut flush on top, but you know the board is paired, so he
Yeah,
has
downhill's got a straight. Is
strong
he
hand.
actually still in here? I don't know. I don't remember. Philly Tanks has 9s full of aces. Eric's got nut flush on both boards. However, one of them is paired, so.
Ooh, he bets full pot, and Philly Tanks lays down the second. No, it's
No,
whatever, fifth.
fourth
nut
nuts, but.
Yeah.
Fourth nut boat.
Downhill will show the ace, and then the rest of his
And then
cards
make it
one at a time.
entirely clear that he does not have a full house on that board and has to fold.
Yeah, he's like, I have a wheel. Is that any good? And Eric's like, nope, I win.
Of course
it
not.
all.
Yeah.
Both was a bad
And
thing.
it, I mean,
He had flush.
if at any point in time you thought that a wheel was good on that board,
Well, he's got a, I mean, yeah, he's got a wheel on both. Really. Wheel.
yeah, it seems like that probably loses to flush.
Yeah, it's just really tough. I mean, these spots, like wheel, objectively is a strong hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think
But-
if I'm Phil, it's a tough call. But with the 4 and the 5 on both boards, it makes it your opponent's outs to having a bigger full house are diminished.
Hoping I hit the nuts on both, and then I can just bet on one.
So they need, like, there's one combination of ace 9,
Yeah.
and there's fewer combinations of ace 4 and ace 5 than there would be if there wasn't also a 4 and a 5 on
It
the
is
bottom
tough
board.
being out of position against
Sure.
people that are going to call behind or potentially even pot it behind. Imagine
Sure.
making the call for 800 and then somebody pots it.
Yeah, but
You're
he's
like,
not that
cool.
deep, so, I mean, he's got 1.5K. So, like, I think he's just,
Perhaps even more of an argument to be made then for folding, because it's like, I wanted to come and play, but I'm not going to buy in super
Yeah,
deep,
yeah,
and so
sure.
it's just a spot to get out of the way. Anyways, I think it's
well, and Eric is potting that river 100% of the time once that ace comes out, and he knows he has the nuts on one board and a pretty strong hand on the other.
Yeah, really great spot there for Eric, of course.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to check all the way down, and ace jack high will be better than ace 9 high.
Don't talk strategy.
Slicer will take the call.
No. You can talk about chess strategy.
Or Age of Empire strategy.
So I went home.
Finally got
on
some Topo
Tuesday.
Chicos in the
It's like
fridge
a,
back here at TCH.
Yeah, but no green
they're-
ones, no lime ones.
I know.
It's
I
very
am
disappointing.
disappointed in that.
Oh, it's not free.
But these are still good. It's
Yeah,
better
those
than
lime ones are good.
Perrier's that
Come
we've
on,
been
it's
drinking.
so fun.
I don't know what it is. There's something about this that just tastes better.
No, because
Probably
I
the
texted Fury. I was good. I was
Mexican
the
water?
same thing I just told
poly
you, and he goes, I'll buy it.
bisphenol aids or whatever that,
Yeah,
No,
it's
he
those
doesn't
things.
play
yeah,
those
that's
guys.
in the water down there.
That really put it in perspective. I still
Dude,
did.
it's
I
so
do enjoy
fun.
me some Topo Chico.
Never had this
I
much
like
fun
the
playing
size
this
of the
game.
bubbles
No
better.
more charges.
I'm also kind of
Yes,
about
it's got a
Bigger bubbles.
crisper
It's so fun.
kind of a flavor.
Yeah, it's a little bit
something.
more it's a little bit more heavily carbonated than a lot of other mineral waters.
Yeah.
Sparkling.
Why watch
All right, Eric and On here heads up to a board.
two YouTubers, Arrow
9-7 Trey Rainbow.
I used to watch like Twitch and stuff.
On out flopping Eric with the bottomest of pairs.
how sick the game
And On is going to overbet the pot with the bottom. Eric will run for the hills.
is. He's number 1 in the world.
What an interesting choice in that particular spot.
He's got the best hand. He doesn't want any turns to come off.
Sure, but like, you're literally only getting called by better. Like, I don't think you're ever getting called by worse, right?
Yeah, but you don't. That's fine. So when you make bets with hands that don't actually benefit from getting called by worse, right? Because like bottom pair, under no circumstances,
it's for
benefits
protection,
from being
yeah.
called
Yeah.
by a worse hand. Like
Right.
you can only get outdrawn
Yeah.
by all of their outs. And so you're just denying equity.
Yeah.
And that's actually.
No, I
perfectly
get it,
reasonable.
yeah.
But overbetting is also
A little-
kind of cringy because you're like, oh, geez, you know, if you do get called, that was a lot of money you lost.
Yeah.
You could have bet probably a half pot or third pot
For
and
sure.
gotten the job done.
That was, I think, more my thought process on it was like, there's a lot of money to put out there to only get called by better or something that's going to draw out and probably still beat you.
Agreed. It is tough to get a slightly better hand to fold than you, right?
Right.
Like on a board
Right.
like that. And that's the only reason to really go big. Try to get a slightly better hand to fold.
Ace King offsuit. To raise it up. Getting called by King 10 offsuit and Ace 8 of hearts. That's a nice flop for Ace King,
It really is. And Katelyn,
especially with the holdings that everyone else is sitting on.
yeah, Katelyn shouldn't be going anywhere here. Let's see what Philly Tanks goes for in terms of the sizing. 375 for half pot. On is the man in the middle here. I think he might just be able to let this go. It looks really strong. It is really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna get out of the way. Caitlyn certainly can't go anywhere. Even
Heads up,
though-
he snap calls, but
Sure. And yeah, I'm sure Katelyn isn't loving this, but you kind of have to peel one off. She doesn't want to see an
Yeah.
offsuited 8. She is sort of internally hoping for some
just
sort
a
of
heart. Oh, and there it is. Interesting.
Philly Tanks here should continue, and I think a big sizing is in order.
Agreed. He's sitting on 805. It was all in or nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, shit. His big sizing is all in.
And she
for a
does
fraction
call.
of a pot.
Think they're going to run it more than once? If I had to guess.
Probably gets a lot.
Yeah, Katelyn going to need a heart to get bailed out. She
Yeah.
cannot improve any other way.
Look up how much he's getting just
There's one. Oof.
1 heart for Katelyn, 1 9 of spades for
Yeah.
Philly Tanks.
Chop it up.
Chop it up.
She was running
Devastating river there on
Yeah,
the first
man.
run out. You hate to see that complete.
And when Caitlyn called, she just, snap was like, you want to go twice? Like, and Phil was happy to make that happen for Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's a very high likelihood that Phil scoops there, but if Caitlyn gets there, chances are she's going to get there once and not twice. So I do like that, going twice when you're like way ahead like Phil was there.
Yeah, you at least take the cooler, like take my 80% and turn it to 0 and go just down to 50 a lot of the time
Right.
if they ever get there. So in that respect, yeah, it's like fine. But then it's also sort of like a little eye rolly when you take your 90 and turn it into 50 or something, right? And you're like, damn it, like if I did
Right, when
throw
you
twice-
have a clean run out the first board and then the second board you get they get there and you're like, shh.
Yeah. Why did I do that? Womp womp. But you know what? It goes both ways, and
And I think the bottom line is, when given the option, keep it consistent so that you're not like if you either run it once all the time.
yeah, I'm open to doing it different ways at different times in different scenarios. I
Sure.
think that's fine. Eric is going to raise with number 1 and win. But I typically have been
That was an illegal statement.
pretty consistent about it. I used to be a run it twice guy like most of the time,
Yeah.
and now I'm a run it once guy. Unless somebody's like, very clearly like, if I lose this hand,
I'm
like,
done.
I'm
Like, I'm
done,
out. I'm
and,
not
like,
putting
will you
more
please
money
run
in-
it twice?
on the
And, like,
table.
I enjoy them being there. I'll be like, all right, let's run
Yeah.
it twice.
Or you're like, eventually you're going to give this all to me anyways, so I'll just let you try and get half of it back.
When he's in the court and they read that excerpt and
in the trial, and it starts talking
That's
about
PFRs for the viewing public.
with the dice.
That wasn't what I wanted to put up there.
Fine.
I got distracted.
Fine. Y'all don't get to see it. Carolyn is the gatekeeper of the PFR.
I am.
She won't show it to you.
I'm trying to think of one that you're gonna like.
Do what I want.
Only ones-
All right, a whole bunch of napkins here going in the bin, and Slicer just wins for free.
All right, let's do a little side by side.
But I don't know if it's a good movie, but I don't know if it's
Got a little on two
slow
versus
with a,
Doug.
with some high intense action. So like a little bit of it.
Look at that.
On has one more hand than Doug by far.
Yeah.
However, end result, On has lost a lot more money than Doug.
Yeah.
59 versus 17.
Quality over quantity, right?
Indeed.
But yeah, 17%. Doug is still up over the.
Yes,
the
17%
Doug
is
Dungeon.
respectable, and I'm not going to give him shit about it. The 12%, different story.
True story. About 2 lines. And those lions' heads are in a museum, I believe, in Chicago.
All right, On raising to 75 here. Slicer giving him the business out of the straddle,
Val Kilmer is a bridge
and On will release.
yeah, build a bridge. And then 2 lines.
Wow, you're just gonna lock that up, just bury it.
I just don't want you to steal it.
What?
Well, I'm not looking. Oh, that too. Yeah. I actually had that thought when I put it in my purse. I was like, last time I accused Aaron of underpaying me, but in reality it was on the floor. So I should probably put this in a place that isn't the floor.
Well, that is certainly advised.
Yeah. But also, I mean,
now that I know that you think I'm a thief, like I'm just gonna take shit from you and be like, yeah,
Wow,
no,
really?
This is what you expected. this is the character that you think I have. Well,
you're
fine.
just going to prove me right now?
Yes,
All right. All
I
right.
mean, if there's 20 bucks in it for me, more Taco Bell. Downhill and Katelyn here. Battle of the suited cards. And a spicy little flop here. It's going to be second
spades.
pair, but a couple of spades here for Downhill.
Yeah. Let's see how this plays itself out.
Yeah, I
The
think
Gordon
Katelyn
Nuts.
certainly has to continue.
Isn't
for that
9-8 the hand that you were playing against the Gordon Nuts?
price. When?
When you and didn't you guys have like a King 5 versus 9-8 thing?
Oh, when we would take our yeah.
That's the hands, right?
I
Was
think
it
that's
9-8?
right.
Yeah, I think it is.
We check on the turn, and here we are on the river. Downhill just going to shut it down with his 9 high, and Katelyn happy to take showdown with her king.
The look on her face. I don't know what he said, but it was apparently a chuckle for Caitlin. So.
Bet there.
That's strategy.
I wish I could hear that.
Yeah, me too.
What a bummer.
Bumper.
Okay.
Unbelievable. The one when they all meet their professor and he houses that guy's burger. And then Calico cut jeans stuck in him when he does the little pee on his.
Let's take a look at who's won what.
Yeah, Downhill still our biggest winner. Optimized up a little.
Yeah,
2,500. Pretty good showing here for that man right now. Billy Tank's up 30 bucks. Let's go.
Yeah.
That was such a perfect.
Eric, also in the
True,
positive.
okay?
Everyone else?
Like nobody gives a shit.
Not?
Nothing disrespectful, but in the future, I'm not responding. Big
But
bucks.
like the ending of the first episode was so powerful when you like confessed.
And we have seen
Fair,
some pretty raggy holdings
Like
for a lot of the night.
That was the
Like
best
folds
part.
all the
There
way
was
through
like, by
the
the
lines and
construction,
such.
like,
But
Yeah,
Downhill.
but we've also seen a ton of like kings and aces. So
No, that's true. That is very
No, I
true.
don't.
it all evens
Take
itself out.
anything away. I just don't.
Later, obviously, the most.
But like
It's a
here we
big
are at
amount, like,
8:30,
no?
right? And we've played. This is hand number 69. Like we're on.
That's a
very
lot of
quick
hands,
pace.
yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
raggy hands that just like pull through and then on to the next one. Like
Yeah.
it's happened
guy's brilliant.
regularly enough here tonight where we are churning through hands. I mean, 100 hands over 4 hours is sort of the norm.
Right.
Somewhere thereabouts, the median, I would say. And I think we're gonna blast. that.
Yeah,
I
we're
think
on pace to get to like 120, which is that's a lot of hands in 4 hours for sure. Absolutely.
Not gonna be like it's not gonna be ace
better.
king.
Although, you know, there's an argument to be made for the opposite, which is that fewer hands typically is going to mean bigger hands,
Smartest guy in the
or just people at the table tanking for no other reason.
Yeah. I prefer that we get a lot of hands where the bad dog shitty hands just get folded really quick and we move
Yeah,
on to the
we
next
don't.
one,
I don't
and
want to
then-
see. You're also. It also speaks to the fact that you're not seeing a lot of limping, or like 6 and 7 way pots and things like that. Like you know, these pots are raised and 3-bet and going heads up to flops or not getting to a flop at all, which is how this game is intended to be played. To be fair.
Agreed. Katelyn waking up with kings yet again. Kings is just her hand, and she makes it 420 to go. Optimize will release, and she'll take it down with no further action. But yeah, just getting kings left and right is Katelyn, as well as several other
Yeah.
players here at the table, really. I mean, it's just moving around.
Like aces and kings have been the two pocket pairs to go around the table. We really haven't seen much else,
Yeah.
like at all. Like we
sevens
saw
a few times.
sevens once, tens once.
Sevens more than once, but yeah, it was to little fanfare.
Yeah.
No big, like, sets or anything, you know?
Not in big hands where there's like
Yeah.
action and pots to be won. We saw very early on Optimize win a pot with pocket Thames where he turned a boat, but on had ace high, so it didn't amount to much. Downhill here does have pocket 9s, so let's see how that works itself out. Slicer has deuces.
And Billy Tank's just calling the ace-king off here.
Ooh, 9 in the window. Oh,
This is going to be bad for him. He thinks he's slow playing, trapping, whatever, and he has 1% equity.
oh, gets a check back, or gets a check from downhill. What
Yeah.
an interesting.
No, rainbow flop. It's a perfect.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Philly Tank's going to bet.
Still playing this one slowly, I think, is a little bit out of the ordinary, though, for
Yeah.
downhill. Of course, going for the raise on a 6 of hearts turn, full badoogie, right?
Yeah,
Like,
what
only
I mean, it's such a
straight.
small board. Like, I do think Philly Tanks is going to bet. And, oh, no check. Ooh, interesting. It's a $555 pot. Phil has 1.3K. I don't think he's ever getting away from this. It's just going to be a matter of sizing. I'm a little surprised that he checked it there.
420 from downhill, and this should just be a snap call, I think. You certainly lose to some stuff, but you didn't flat ace king pre to flop top pair top kicker
And fold,
to,
yeah.
to fold on a run out like this.
Yeah, I think he lost the minimum, though.
I mean,
To be
that's
fair.
true. And that's kind
Like,
of
I don't think there's
gross,
any
but-
scenario where he plays it differently and loses less.
That's
or wins.
True. I mean, so that's true. There's
I don't love the way that it was played out, but I think you can still say that, you know, you could have lost a whole lot more. Like, somehow sniffed it out that he was like, "Ugh, I just have to call here. I have top pair, top kicker, but like I don't think I mean, not going to bet river when he bets turn, gets called. Just going to check over.
I mean, the beginning of the session, I was
Pot
literally-
control.
I got 9-3
Only
off
500 in there. Yeah.
for like
yeah.
Lost the bare minimum there, for sure.
Indeed.
That's how you know it's going to be good after that.
Alright, Katelyn got
literally
pocket
in the first
6s.
30 hands dealt, the only hand that I could have considered
Optimize, also holding a
the
6
rest were like significant.
with a 3. The offsuit variety.
What? He doesn't call.
Oh,
What
man.
a nit.
Oh,
six.
he would have got
Right.
coolered. Wow.
This is
What
why
a
he pulled
flop.
6-3 off.
What a flop.
is why
That's
you
so
call
gross.
You're my new best friend.
The turn changes nothing. On is on queen high with no equity, but you know that's when you start betting. 135, 160.
It's got nothing to do with him.
Katelyn is loving life. Here comes the raise. And by raise, I mean
He's my friend. He has no
yeah,
say
yeah,
in
yeah.
that. He only has to say whether or not
Full fitty.
I mean, what can On do here besides just snap fold? Like, what are you thinking about? You have queen high.
I accept that you're my friend theoretically,
Got me.
and then you can accept that I'm your
Absolutely.
friend theoretically, right?
Caitlyn getting that little extra 150 in there
Then
that
you're
she
still
wouldn't have
mine.
had
No,
she
you're
bet the
still
flop.
mine, but I'm not yours.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. On might float with queen high. I don't know. I'm not gonna put that out of the realm of possibility there.
Yeah, but I don't think she could bet 160 on the flop and
Your
get him to
definition is
float.
unnecessary.
Yeah, no.
Do you want to be my friend?
Correct. Yeah, you can just make them a friend. Right?
So you don't have to say, do you want to be friends?
It's not like
Dirty
they have to do
Baker.
anything.
Confirming what I said, which is
Yeah.
lost the minimum there. That ace king versus.
What are you trying to say, Eric?
Yeah, I definitely have a different opinion of ace king. Though. I like.
I like ace king also. I also think that it is a strong hand,
Better though.
and
Two-way better for sure.
Certainly can be overplayed.
yes, it's easy to misplay ace king. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a tricky hand to play, but that doesn't mean that it's not a good hand. You know?
Indeed, I agree. As we've got 5-way action here. 2 players repping diamonds. Doesn't come any diamonds, but there is 2 pair out there.
9,
On Eric with
7.
top pair and a heart flush draw, so
Yeah.
certainly some opportunities for chips to go in. Eric on a relatively shallow stack here as well, depending on how this plays. He is going to bet somewhere around 2/3 here, 2 1/4. And
James
On
is like, what do I
generally
have
plays
again?
these as calls, where I think he should raise them, but yeah, he is just going to call.
Yeah. I agree.
4 spades here changes nothing. On checks it over, and Eric is going to continue betting, which with what is generally just going to be the best hand, top pair,
Of course, yeah.
and with the backup. See if On goes for the raise now. Here we go. Min click though.
Yeah. Of course, Eric going nowhere.
So he gets to see the river
Queen of
queen
clubs.
of clubs, not a heart, and where On will now grab
But I
a
mean,
fistful
Eric's
of
hand
chips.
still, like, you know, you had top pair the whole way. You lose to a bigger 9 and overpair. Like, I don't think he folds. Right?
I mean, it's a tough spot.
It is all
Having
in
the
for him to
hearts
call.
is the worst part of all of it. Like, having the 9 of hearts is fine.
Oh, no, I
But,
didn't
like,
think so. I was just
the
trying
8 of hearts,
Yeah, he's blocking all the flush draws. I get it.
just kind of gross.
Hey, it's on the table.
Just kidding.
You do beat all of the busted straight draws. Like 6-5, 6-8.
Well, and it's
10
on.
jack,
Like, I mean, sure, he could have anything there, but he could also have nothing there.
This is 2022. We gotta keep
Like,
it sane.
9-7 specifically is the only hand that makes
2022. You can't
much
do
sense
it
at all.
anymore. It's not okay.
But I know you.
Maybe a flop set of deuces or something, right?
Maybe.
I'm just trying to help you act as appropriate. It hurts
He
that
made
you
love
would,
to
it
a
hurts that you would
Call
discriminate
flop,
against what
raise
I
turn minimum, and then put you all in.
makes love to a blower dog.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Eric. I agree.
Credit for the blow doll.
On, of course, over there, feeling
What about the flashlight?
elated about the position that he is in, and having a casual conversation with Optimize about his
You're
Or
right. I'm
protection.
very narrow-minded.
Eric here still in the tank, trying to figure out
Sick monster.
if he puts in 1.3, the pot goes up to about 5. I mean, he's getting like almost 4-1, right? Like not quite, but close to 4-1 here.
Does wonders.
Are you going to tomorrow night?
Is he right 25% of the time making this call against On?
25% of the time?
That's all
Yeah,
you
I mean,
need.
I think I kind of think you are.
He does make the fold, gets away from it, and is
Yeah.
able to retain the 1.3K that he
I mean,
has
obviously, we all know that in this particular spot, like, yeah, you're right here today in this hand. But are you ahead 25% of the time? Like, is on bluffing 25% of the time? Yeah, I think at least.
How was last night?
I'm not sure if it's an at least, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, I don't know. That one's tricky. It's everything comes down to the dynamic of the way the hand was played out, right?
Sure.
And yeah, I don't know. It's super weird. I mean, you obviously block a
Again,
ton of the really
on
good hands.
so tough to play against because of it's just so hard to really get a real grasp of like
I'm glad I said
what are you trying, like, what are you doing here? What's your like, why are you doing this on? I don't understand your reasoning.
Well, yeah, I mean, because sometimes On will like check raise second pair.
Well,
and
On
just,
has
like,
told me
blast off,
himself,
right?
he's like, I just want to do whatever, like, people are not going to think of. Like, I'm playing unconventionally 100% of the time.
Yeah, which is, yeah.
And it's
tough.
going to get him paid a lot. It's also going to cost him money a lot.
Philly Tanks here flopping top two, rips it all in for pot.
Yeah.
And On here with a couple of nines. Does have the 9 of spades, but not an inspiring hand to fall off with one opponent left to act behind. I think this is a fairly easy fold. But On, of course, may decide that...
Going to choose the unconventional route. We'll see what happens.
Exactly, could be.
because he wanted to get paid.
No, it was, they were both against John.
He is going to fold his cards over to Blake and be like, yeah, what do you
Blake, you play.
think?
I don't know what to do here.
Philly Tanks going to take it down. Top
I
two.
mean, I think On could call there. Just, I mean, he's got the 9 of spades, so I guess this makes it slightly less likely that
Sweating the hand.
Phil is on a flush draw. But I think he's ripping it with a flush draw there as well. So.
Sure.
You
but
could be
nines-
ahead.
Nines doesn't play very well against a flush draw because most of the flush draws are going to have at least one overcard.
Sure.
And so you're like,
Sure.
cool, I lose to half the deck, and he gets 2 cards to come.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, it's not great.
It's
It's
one of
not
those
great.
spots where, like,
Let's
you
be
may have
fair.
the best hand at the moment, but you're like an equity dog.
Yeah,
you know,
for
you're
sure.
like, oh, this sucks.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie, I will be here.
You can keep them too.
That's not great. All right, $25 straddle. Philly Tanks, you're going to limp it. On will follow suit. 5.
No, I found your threshold.
Downhill, though, will raise it up, squeeze it to 200. Like, nah, bros, we're not limping. Only On makes the call. Here we go, downhill with the betting lead, out of position. Couple of 10s and an 8 out there. Quick check. Picks up an up and down straight draw here for downhill. He's going to check once again. See if On goes for a probe or just checks back. He does. And it's another 8 here on the end. Downhill going to counterfeit On with his king high. And On will show his hand frustratingly. And downhill will actually win with the king playing. Rena asking if Mooney's is a restaurant. Yes, it is. Right here next to the Texas Card House in Austin. Mooney's Burgers. Pretty cool little spot. They got good burgers. I like it.
There was a moment that went viral.
What's that? It looked like it, yeah. Also, like, when I first looked up, the kid laying on the ground.
That sounds good, Jedi.
Yeah, and then like the kid from the opposing team, when he saw the picture, was upset because
Sounds delicious.
I went and gave him a hug.
All right, let's take a peek here at some net earnings real quick. Downhill
Think of all the
crushing
character
this game right now,
building
up
that's being done while
6.7. Optimized up second.
I didn't say that. I said now they know what it's like to try and fail.
All right, downhill has the king jack once again.
The one that's playing.
Single raise pot here, going multi-way.
I used to think
Queen
that
high
dead
Badugi.
rises,
On flopping top pair, no kicker. Katelyn on second pair. Optimize here is up and down with backdoor diamonds, so I certainly expect him to continue for 2 1/4. And downhill with 1 over and a gut shot, like you want to continue, but yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, he's really giving away the strength of his hand. He is going to shrug, like literally shrug call. And Katelyn is like, wait, what is all of this action? Jack-9 surely is no good. It is not, and she does release the hand that had the least equity, so good on her. All right, 3 players to an ace of clubs turn. Not a card that anyone is going to be particularly pleased with, and yeah, this could just check all the way through unless Optimize decides to take his equity and bluff with it, but no, it's just going to be a check through to a 10 on the end. Downhill going to
no one has
turn
anything on.
his king jack into gold
I'll take the
with
pot.
Broadway. Oh, and he's going to slow roll them. Checks it over. Everybody quickly checks behind, and he's like, "Oh, come on, somebody bet, right? No, nobody bet. Damn, all right,
you were
I have the
suited.
nuts, so fuck you guys."
First one was spades.
The other one wasn't. Give me a king jack.
It's Josh, it's Josh.
Doug texting
Josh,
his parents that he is
you play
above
with us?
the Doug dungeon, above the Lottie line. 16% for our good friend Doug.
2K is good.
62% for On.
Mosquito leg is good. Mosquito drumstick.
You can send me 1,000 if you want.
All right, Eric once again on his phone. We do discourage the use of electronic devices at the table, but tough in the one seat there for Jesse to directly police him sometime.
I'm gonna get me some
Perhaps
chicken
we can
broth.
have that relayed now. I know this is 15 minutes ago, but
Chicken broth, don't give me spicy.
You got over there, Eric.
well, now it's on the rail. So.
He's got 1,000. And change. 1,000 plus tax.
Okay, all right, we have gotten word through. Obviously, just matter of integrity of the game here. Slices are going to bet 500, take this one down. Eric whiffing that board pretty hard.
Sit down with you all if, can you get me? What seat's open? Seat 7. Okay.
Hi, Josh.
Let's go.
We'll try it. I'll be short stack.
Doug on his phone as well. All right.
Josh. Your name was stream? It's Josh.
Ah, and we've got Mosquito Josh joining us as well, it looks like. All right, welcome to the game, Mosquito Josh.
2,000? Yes.
Chips.
For PayPal or Venmo, I got email, so prefer.
Chips, live stream.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Looks like Mosquito Josh going to get a little add-on from his neighbor there. Get a little bit of transacting here real quick as we get another hand underway. 5, 10, and 25 is on. All right, on 2.0, he's going to raise this up. 8-7 suited from under the gun. 75 to go. Doug here, ace 4 suited. Gonna put in the third bet. 250 to
Hold
go.
action. Hold action.
Do I have cards?
Yeah.
Unless I'm full, I might not get that.
All right, napkins in the bin. Over to Philly Tanks. This card's not getting scanned in. But seemingly with a decision here, Sitting on just over 1,000. I would imagine that this would be a jam or a fold, but instead he's going to call. That'll bring on along as well. And here we go. 3 players to a flop. Philly tanks with just over a pot-sized bet in his stack. Comes all Broadway here. Ace high. Doug here. Probably not going to be super excited about the top pair. Does just check behind. And there's a 7 of clubs now on the turn. Give on a pair. Still don't know what Philly tanks is working with. Generally speaking, when somebody cold calls like that out of a blind, oh no. All right, on. Blasting the turn with his pair of 7s. Gets Doug to fold what we currently can see as the best hand, the top pair. And Philly tanks will fold his hand as well. We'll never know what he had, but on. Going to take this one down with a pair of 7s.
Seriously?
On all Broadway with a club flush out there.
I don't know if they scanned, but you'll see it. It's not bad.
Joker Jake, perhaps we may allow you to use your brain, but oh, sorry, never mind. Ragnar has decided that your brain is prohibited at all times, so sorry, nope, you won't be allowed.
Only in Texas.
Broth bomb, what do you got there?
Some coffee?
Little coffee, nice.
Yeah. I am
Right for a nap.
something like that. Yeah. We're running on not quite as much sleep as I would prefer.
Gotcha. All right, Josh here. Gonna come in raising the ace-7 off. On gonna let his little babies go there. Let's that one go. And we're off to hand number 81.
That's a lot of hands. Although I guess we're now back on track for 100.
Yeah, we were certainly running ahead of pace there for a while, and now it seems to have slowed a little bit as of late. Had a couple of big multi-way pots play out and such. Yeah.
But he did do it. Yeah. But he ran so good to slicer.
Take another peek at the earnings real quick.
He didn't even get penalized.
It got neutralized, yeah.
Downhill still way, way ahead of the pack. Up 7.3.
Yeah, crushing it.
Seconds or longer than this
We have some issues.
Yeah,
in
we
the
have some
not so distant future, but
future technological issues.
but we will persevere. Comes 5 tray. Nobody connects with this board. Ace high is best, and Josh will most likely. Oh no, I was going to say most likely bet. He usually takes stabs at boards like this, but he is going to check behind. And Philly tanks now. Going to fire away here. A little bit of a dangerous card. He is in the small blind, which doesn't really give him a lot of these small cards, but like, I mean, any ace is now drawing to a gutty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get called by Josh, who has the up and down straight draw.
3 on the river.
Double paired. Or sorry, no, just trips on board.
The last dealer's name is Carly.
Philly tanks is all in with the king high bluff. Josh only beats a bluff.
And he's going to let it. Yeah.
And he does.
There you go. Nice bluff.
Philly
Well
tanks
done.
gets it through, and he looks one more time. And he's like, no, I'll show it. I had king high.
Oh, I had ace high.
Josh's like, oh,
That would have been a
all yours then.
Good bet, sir.
ace 6.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, like the ace high with no kicker, like you're literally playing just the nut low for your second card.
I'm gonna fill out the
Threes
table.
on board.
Is it 5?
I didn't lie to you. I never answered your question.
3 threes, a 5, and a 4.
So he's playing a 6.
Exactly. But like the ace six loses to any other ace,
Right.
Like any other ace in the deck is going to beat him just because it's going to have a better
Yeah,
kicker
because ace
or
deuce is a wheel. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
Just what
or
disposal?
both, or just better kicker.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
so yeah, all of the other hands that could have just been like fuck it, like
Right.
the fuck it all in. We're gonna beat him. It was just the fuck it all in with the king jack that didn't beat him.
Yep.
Caitlyn here on some sailboats. Make it 75 to go. Doug will defend his little babies, and there we go.
Sammy's gone.
Heads up to a flop.
Ooh. Interesting.
I'm pretty sure you have.
I think for Doug's sake, it's good that this isn't a jack high flop, but
Yeah.
having the jack is still going to bring him along for one street of pain at least. Doesn't want to see a queen or a jack on the turn, which he does not.
What's the mosquito?
Another quick check over to Caitlyn, who should be sizing up here,
Oh, my business.
attacking all of the aces of the world.
That's good.
Mosquito
Buck
Josh doesn't
50,
have that.
a little over half pot, and Doug will release. Jonathan Boyd, are they playing the Seven-deuce game? No, they are not. We've had a couple players very early on
Yeah.
play the Seven-deuce.
I don't know that I've
just for
seen
fun.
Seven Deuce since then.
Yeah, certainly if it was just mixed in with all the other
Yeah.
folds. But,
Yeah, the spikes.
Definitely no one has played it since the first half hour or so.
yeah, it was like the first orbit, really.
Yeah,
Played
we saw it a
twice.
couple times. It was played a couple times.
Supposed to work off, but it's off him.
Well, everything that we use, you can get offhand.
Spiders, anti-spider spray. I use those.
Do want to thank you guys for tuning in, hanging out with us here tonight on TCH Live. Once again, I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. With me tonight, Carolyn Hapgood, and we are moving into the last hour of the broadcast. If you haven't already had an opportunity to fill out the form, the link pinned at the top of the chat box, go ahead and do that now. That'll get you entered into the drawing for the free cruise coming up in March of next
Have you
year.
entered the drawing?
Have I?
Yeah.
No, because
Why
I'm
not?
already gone.
Oh, you are? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wait, you
duh.
paid for
A
it?
couple customers
You
out there.
Wow.
Most of our customers are in
I'm just going to steal the money out of your wallet when you're not
my
looking.
territories. We do go out to Liberty Hill, but it's like maybe.
All right, we've got up and down straight draw here for Caitlyn. Turns a pair of jacks. Downhill was already on second pair. He's now on third pair and the inferior in. Check to a river. No help for downhill.
So I own the
Checky,
rights to run
checky.
the Mosquito Joe
Caitlyn
franchise.
wins.
It's a total of 4 territories. It makes up basically the Austin metro area. And I got 3 more territories down in San Antonio.
Ragnar, stop reminding everyone I'm broke. I need the free cruise. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Ragnar.
Yeah. I hope you're entered in there the maximum number of times.
And I hope that gets you into round 2. And I can't
Yeah,
pick
you gotta win
favorites.
one
I'm
of
not gonna
these,
hope
right?
that you win the whole thing, but I hope that you get in the mix for the
The deadly diseases.
Yeah. Tomato.
Yeah, and there's some
I'll tell you one thing.
some consolation well, there's if you win the drawing, you get a little something anyways. Hat, t-shirt, something like that.
Screaming, hysterical.
Some kind of merchandise.
some TCH swag. Yeah.
I mean, I am a big fan of TCH flag. It's like probably 2/3 of my wardrobe. I just wear TCH shirts and that's it.
Nice. Raina wants to know how long it takes to get the email back after you've been chosen for the merch or whatever. I can't speak to that because producer David is the one that takes care of that, but I would imagine that he does the
He's
drawing
on the
and then,
ball, so
and then
I imagine
instantly
it's pretty
emails.
quick.
Pesticides out there on the market can't.
Like I presume he's doing the drawing tonight, literally tonight, and then would email you immediately after.
He might be watching right now and he might chime in and let us know.
That would be ideal. All right, on wins with bottom pair.
But those wasps, fuck the wasps. Can we kill all of them? I know we need
Yeah,
these,
because
but
I mean, it gets posted in the form. I'm looking at it right now.
heard of wasps.
Yeah, wasps.
If you win, your name will go on this list, and then you'll know who you're up against. So we got a lot of the chat rags who are in the drawing for the cruise.
Online.
Got a little Carlos in there,
Why the fucking wasps?
Reina's in there. Alice is in there. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Mosquitoes probably.
Oh, and Raina says none of us has gotten the email. Wait, is Raina in there?
Yeah. Raina, you're in there.
Oh, so Raina hasn't gotten the email. Oh, well then I
We
apologize
lied. We
then.
lied entirely, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not in charge of that, but yeah, I guess you at least are aware that you're gonna receive some merch and are in round 2. But yeah, I apologize that you haven't gotten confirmation of that through the proper channels. All right, 2 3s and a deuce out here. On will flop best with the ace deuce. Bets nearly full pot, like 80% or something.
It says the winner will be revealed at the start of the next stream. Were we supposed to reveal the winner?
I only revealed. No, I'll stop talking there.
30
no,
Decker is a good hand here.
No?
I don't.
It's Marshall Decker. If you don't know,
let's go.
Marshall Decker, you were yesterday's winner. Congratulations. You're going to get some merch, and you are entered in the drawing.
For the free cruise.
Woo! Yeah, what is it, 7 nights, right? Out of Galveston?
I mean, you probably know better than I need to look at the poster.
I know almost
Flyer.
nothing about it, but
I've changed a few.
I am not going, so I have very minimal knowledge. You are going, should know more than I do.
That's in March. I don't know what I'm doing next week.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing today, after this, or before this.
I don't know what happened yesterday.
That's a fact. I don't know.
No, my best friend did the reusable diapers, and she had.
All right,
baby
Philly
really
tanks.
so I helped her.
Raise
clean her
this
out
up.
really quickly.
75 to go.
She'd always have disposable diapers around for babysitters. Thank God.
On has 2 cards that are reasonably close together, and they're the same color. So we'll
That
be
counts for
playing.
something, right?
Wrap that up and put it away.
That's stronger. That's like plus 1% equity versus 2 cards that are different colors.
That's right. Doug is in there with 4s, and these 3 players will take a flop. Let aces and a 9. Pocket 4s are still best. Philly tanks here, though, with the betting lead pre-flop. He's going to check on here. This is a spot to get a little bit crazy sometimes if you're on. But he's going to check to Doug, and he's just going to blast this. 225. And
Yeah.
their opponent's holdings just don't even really matter because it's like, what do you do against a full pot size bet?
Right,
on
and
that?
Doug, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Phil and On are both putting Doug on quads there, like 100% of the time. So, snap
Well, he had
fold.
fake aces, so
Yeah. Maybe Doug thought he had quads.
probably.
That's probably why it was in there.
Limped him just to see the flop. Flop quads was like, okay, now I can bet. There's the net earnings there on 2.0. Stuck the most. You're down a little over 3.5. Slicer down 1K now after
Yeah, making a
an
comeback.
Initial. Well, he was. Yeah.
I think he's making a comeback.
Yeah. I was trying to remember how much he was All right, Doug with the famous 6-3 off. I don't understand why he's not playing that. It's such a good hand.
I didn't say you should play it from under the gun +1.
All right. Downhill raises with some dewies, and Slicer re-raised with the 9-7 of diamonds. Josh was the man in the middle there with the clean diaper. Josh basically already announcing that he is folding, and so now Downhill has to decide if he wants to do anything with the deuces. He will make the call. Josh does fold, and here we go. Heads up between Downhill and Slicer. These players quite deep.
Yeah.
7 out there for Slicer.
One dead 2 out there. Dead deuce.
Slicer gonna check it over. And yeah, Downhill is pretty much just hoping for some sort of like 5, 9 run out or something where he can just hopefully get to showdown and win with his deuces. Of course, as it stands, he will not be winning this unless exactly the deuce of diamonds rolls off. Slicer will take a stab now and take the pot down on
Probably
the
called
turn.
75 because of our conversation. But clean it. Hearts too.
Emails for swag are going out next week. Okay.
All right, yeah, David will email everyone all together, but the updates will come via the website, I guess, as we go.
It's on the form. So if you go
Or
to
on
the
the
form to fill it out to enter the giveaway, you will see the winners thus far. So if you have entered and you don't know whether or not you've won, or whatever, and you're curious, take a look at the form and it will have your name on it. If you won. If it doesn't have your name on it, then you didn't win.
It was giving me the yardage. You're like 2.2 miles from full 18.
All right, bomb pot time.
Oh, this is where things get crazy.
Or not. We'll see what happens.
Sounded real crazy.
Oh, is this where things got crazy? Oh, man. Kristen messed this up again. Just kidding. So you messed it up again?
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like.
Just
No.
kidding, Kristen. I'm
Throwing
sure it wasn't
Kristen
your
under
fault.
the bus here. We've got the easy job. Just talk. She's got to click buttons and do stuff.
Nice to hear
4,
from you, young
Jack, King. That's cool. 10, 8, 9. That's also
hope you
cool.
win
I'm just
this
making
pot.
sure that those boards are
and
right.
many more.
Eric betting 225 with the straight to the queen, which is the nuts in the bottom.
You don't have to be
And
younger
on top, he
than-
has a pair of
or older than
jacks.
somebody to call them young man.
Doug has the same straight and the same pair,
Calling you younger, man.
but also has a second pair to go along with it. So he
you
is
are you
well
young?
in the lead.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
And is
good spot there
quartering
for
Eric.
Doug, which is why he goes for the raise. And wait, the cards are already on their back? What's going on? Oh, Eric is all in with his flopped nuts. And
Yeah,
he's
gonna
got
find out
backdoor
he's.
diamonds and Gutty and stuff. Oh, Gutty comes in.
Yeah, ace queen. And that is going to be 3/4 going to Eric.
Oh, wait, no, this is straight to the king for Doug on bottom and Broadway on top for Eric.
So it should be an even
chop it
chop,
up.
yeah. And somehow the system is awarding, I guess, 3/4 to Doug, which is incorrect.
Yeah, Eric here with
Oh,
the
because
nuts.
it has the a completely incorrect run out. I don't know where. Oh, it must be the burn cards are being read as the top board, and then the 10 and the 7 are being read on the bottom board, and then the 6 and the queen are just not being read at all. So, in case you're wondering what in the hell just happened here, Kristen forgot to tell Jesse to slow down and, yeah, not just rip it as fast as humanly possible.
Well, they did end up chopping the pot. in real
Yeah,
life.
even chop,
And-
even chop. So that was the end result.
Okay.
Yeah, and the whole school red.
But that did not get sorted out in the Streamlabs world.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so be it. We'll move along. It might be time for us to gamble again. You won the last one. You want to start us off?
Let me see. Let me just check the gambling history in the chat. See if I'm feeling like there's a winner
She did say she had one. Within like
in the near
Oh
future.
wow, you gotta
Yeah.
hold your finger up in the air, catch the prevailing winds of Streamlabs.
Is that a problem?
I mean, believe in your fucking superstition if you want. Still gonna-
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to go first.
I'll happily go first. Get the good roll here. It's gonna be sad when I get the 97.
I mean, sure, but it's a risk I'm willing to take.
55, just a smidge over the midway point. All right, Slicer here flopping the nuts. Josh betting.
Certainly gotten way better ever since the transition to this.
Slicer just makes the call. It's another diamond here. Bad card for Slicer as Josh does not have a diamond.
Ooh, I win.
Aw, stop. You and your superstition at work
know.
somehow.
It's just reinforcing this this idea too. So now I'm obviously gonna stick with this, regardless of whether or not it makes any sense.
Live your best life, you
Thank
know?
you. I will.
All right, Slicer wins with a bet on the turn. All right, so it's 9:13. We get another gamble at 9:45 plus, and that'll be our last one.
You were like,
Sounds about right.
you're the biggest fucking question mark of anybody that I know in real life.
Yeah, the prevailing wins. They heard me talking about them with
Yeah, we
disdain.
were talking shit. Like, what did you expect?
Ugh, I expected to win.
Well.
I thought you just gave up your priority role. And
Nope. I knew what I was doing.
you had faith in what you were doing.
I sure
you
did.
did not know what you were doing.
No. I actually I know the Streamlabs algorithm, so
Oh, really?
yeah. Just kidding. That seems like cheating. So I'd have a whole lot more points than I have right now if that were the case.
Yeah, you would win 100%
Yeah.
of our rolls too. You'd be like, no, I'm just gonna wait a little bit. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm gonna need 2 more people to roll first, and then I'll go.
And if I lost every time like that, I would hands down just burn my house down, and you'd have.
And by you mean by your house, you mean my house.
Exactly.
That's not nice.
Clear. All right, King High here on the flop gives Philly Tanks and Eric both top pair. Somehow just checks all the way through though. Those two players playing from the small blind and big blind actually makes sense. Now Eric leading out Philly Tanks here with the top pair and a gutty with the superior kicker at the moment as well. Does make the call.
Yeah.
Josh is out of there. Here we go. Heads up to a river. Some chop outs and some bink outs.
That's not one of them. Philly Tanks is going to take this down if we get to showdown, which I predict we will.
Yeah, small bet here. Eric obviously just targeting a jack. And he is going to value own himself a little bit.
Outkicked.
Philly Tanks will take it with the 9.
Outkicked just a pinch. That is going to put Philly Tanks in the positive net earnings, I believe.
Let's go.
Congratulations to him. That's way too early. I'm gonna knock on wood. That was probably bad for him. Sorry that you're now gonna get coolered like at least once.
The superstition is strong with you.
It's really not like a normal thing that I do, but
Do you not really have like little superstitions?
not really.
All green light, an eye for an eye type of deal.
Not big on that, but
I mean, if you're that butthurt about it, get
I'm all about like routines and stuff. Like if you have a thing that you do, you know, to like get ready for a tournament or something like that. Like it may feel a little bit superstitious because you're like, yep, I go to Denny's and I eat, you know, the Grand Slam breakfast and like
is that what
whatever.
you do before tournaments? Every
I
single
mean,
time?
this is no,
No, I
this
know
is
it.
just like.
But every single time after a live stream, you go to Taco Bell and you eat all of the Taco Bell. That's same thing, right?
Yes, exactly. You get it. You
I do get it.
All right, 4 players to a flop.
8, 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Someone has 2 diamonds.
Downhill does. Nobody has an 8 or 7 though, so it's gonna be very likely to just be a bet and win. But no, checks.
Okay. Okay.
Gives up a free queen here for Mr. Dooge.
Doug now sitting on the best hand. Queens and 8s with the 10. On, however, going to bet. Optimize picking up the flush draw. On has 1 spade and 1 diamond and ace high.
So Optimize just calls here. I think this is actually a pretty good spot to raise. Like he was in the straddle, has a natural check pre-flop.
Yeah.
Like you pick up some equity, but like your hand totally blows. Like if you raise here, You could actually just take this down, right? Get somebody to fold a 7, even a mediocre queen like Doug has.
Yeah, Doug's folding it there for sure because Doug's the Ubernit. But
Perhaps.
just kidding, he might call. I don't
Michael Tilton wants to know who needs a hug. Doug needs a hug. Actually, he doesn't need a hug. He just won
No,
that pot.
yeah.
So he got a hug in chip form.
know. Yeah, Doug also in the positive right now. He's in the green, black, whatever you want to call it.
See these PFRs though. Eric not raising.
Yeah, he's also playing very short stacked today.
That's true.
So I think that is likely related to that stat.
Yeah, back on his phone as well.
Yeah, get off your phone,
We should
Eric.
have a little powwow with Jesse and
Carly.
Carly to re-instill the ferocity with which we
Yeah.
tell these players to get off their phone.
Ooh, we got a hand brewing here. Let's go. Ace King suited. Katelyn waking up to number 1.
And
Eric ripping it with King Queen. Let's go.
this is going to set off a cascade effect as well because Downhill has a strong incentive to isolate.
And On is got jacks.
Wow, this is Spice City.
Holy moly.
We've seen On just flat call this spot more often than not, though, and he is just going
Oh,
to
no,
flat
yeah.
call.
I thought he folded. On did not fold. He put chips in the middle.
Katelyn is absolutely loving this, and now
But are you, though? Like, if I have aces, I don't want to go 4 ways.
you're not gonna go 4 ways because all of this is now dead money.
You don't think that On's calling? You think On's folding?
Yes, of course he is.
I don't know if you've played with On before. I think he's calling.
Well, you don't mind if all the chips go in and he calls for all the chips, but yeah, here we go. Downhill is all in, and now Katelyn snaps the chips in faster than you can even imagine. And
But you think On's going to fold here?
yes,
There's so much money out there. I think he calls. I think he's just salivating. Oh, no, he's
of
going to
course
fold.
he's folding. Of course he's folding.
All right, fine.
Aces.
You got 1. That's like the first time that you've been right about this ever.
Okay. Downhill in a mega cooler spot. Katelyn in a fantastic spot to chip up to 13,000 plus if she is able to hold up against
Slice definitely for the size.
2 hands
Everything's twice.
that block each other.
Everything's
Downhill looking for some diamonds, perhaps.
Yeah, that's really the only way this is going to work out well for him. And Eric blocking one of those diamonds.
Here we go. Run it out one time. Can Katelyn hold with running it twice? We're running it twice 3 ways. All right, just for
Yeah,
fun.
we do. We do allow that so long as every player agrees. What we don't allow is running it twice for just a side. That's
The
the thing.
safest board ever for aces. Here comes the second run out. A lot of diamonds still in the deck. There's 2 of them right there. Downhill going to need another one. He finds it. And that is going to get him half of this.
So they're
pot
chopping up
somehow.
Eric's money. I wonder who wanted to go twice.
I was going for the slow roll.
Oh, I'm
See,
never running it.
he's Lanternut is agreeing that, and On would have. Oh no, he would have flopped a set and lost. That's
Like that's acceptable.
yeah. That sucks.
On
Good
the
fold.
second
Good
run
fold.
out, he would've- yeah.
Come on.
No, there
I
is.
think the only reason I twice is nice.
I mean, damn, that was a massive pot. I mean, that was
Reverse of the slow roll.
Yeah,
absolutely
I'm
massive.
surprised that they ran it twice there with 3 players in it. Like one person could have just said no
I
once,
mean, he's saying that's
and then
me,
they don't have a
but
choice.
it's not me. It's just as a joke.
Well, how could it be?
That was nice of Katelyn to agree to that.
Well, she may have felt like
She didn't
that
wanna
was
get
a
cooler.
good
Yeah.
option for her running multi-way. I mean, she's really it's, the hand that she needs to win is against Downhill, right? Like that's the only player that she needs to beat. If she could lose everything to Eric, who's on crumbs, and double up through Downhill, and she's made money, right?
Yeah, of course.
So that's the only thing that she's quote unquote mitigating her variance against is in the all-in spot against Downhill.
Captain Underpair is claiming that On folded queens earlier. Is that real? Did that happen?
He did, but it was on a he had
Not pre-flop.
No, but he had just called. It was a similar situation where there was like a open, a 3-bet, a call,
No, I was
something like
gonna
that.
show
He
my hand
calls
inside,
pre with
so
queens.
I was gonna be like,
It comes 8-6-5,
that was not.
and he ends up folding after downhill goes all in with top 2, 8-6. Katelyn calls with pocket jacks, and on is able to fold queens. But like the dynamics of that makes it to where it's like, yeah, like queens could be ahead, but they're probably not.
Right.
And he's able to fold it.
Katelyn waking up to 10s now. So another hand brewing. We got Josh raising, Katelyn re-raising, Eric re-raising with ace-5 suited. And he's going to take it down. Nobody in the
Show the
mood
5?
to
Did he show the
continue.
5?
Show the 5, Eric. Show the 5. No one will have any idea what your other card is. It's a complete mystery.
Good fold.
All right, let's just take another peek at the earnings. Let's see how that big hand changed things. It really shouldn't have changed a whole lot because Downhill and Katelyn did chop. Katelyn is so close to even.
Well, Eric
Oh,
got
it's slow
stacked,
rolling
right?
her, but she
So
was gonna win
so
them.
that was a big hit
No,
for
it's still
him.
a slow
But
roll.
yeah, that just.
I mean, but he was sitting on like 1,100, so
well, yeah. I mean, but he only bought in for the
Apple
2K to
needs
start
seven.
things off.
sure, yeah.
Getting stacked is good.
First not.
Anywho,
Yeah. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Whatever you say.
whatever you say. All right, let's get that overlay out of the way as we've got a hand of brewing.
I mean, it could be kings, but it's those two.
Click your buttons, woman. I love, somebody in the chat said that we're like an old couple.
It's true.
Click the button. Get it off the damn screen.
Get off the screen! What are you doing? No, not that button.
Don't
Ah, you can't
what
do
the
anything
people
right.
want to see? God dang it. Get off my lawn. Probably not what you say to your old partner, but you know, say it to everybody. Get off my lawn.
Josh has the hand that's going to win. Shows it as well. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm sure people
Mark
like
Emery,
seeing
my
it.
favorite hand is a winning hand. Yeah.
What if that winning hand is
Never had
like
allergies my whole life until I
6-3
was
6-3 offsuit or like, I don't know,
in California, San Jose.
Jack Deuce? Like, is that still your favorite hand? Well, just wondering.
Wow. Profound statement here from Joe.
I don't know what that means.
I think he's been smoking a reefer.
What's that first? Is that first word a real word?
You make
Quantize?
Jack full on
Yeah,
the flush
sure.
board?
Is
Flush
it?
good?
Yeah. To quantize something is to
Like
sort of
quantify?
exactly.
Quantize is a word though.
Sure.
Never. You sure? That's confident. I don't know if I believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
How much did
I mean, I guess. Okay.
But it's
That would be the word I would choose. It would make the
one
sentence
round, but there's
far easier to read. But
So it's 10, 20, 20. 5,000. I brought 3 bullets of
It is
5,
much
and
more
I
frequently used in
got top
physics
left
than it
with
is
7
in.
deuce, and
oh,
then
so that's
I
why
got
you
out.
knew that it was in fact a
Yeah.
word, and why I thought he made that shit up.
Yeah, you normally wouldn't say that you would quantize something outside of a physics discussion, but you can use it in you know in place of quantify. Anyways, let's get back
Garrett
to
wasn't
the
there. I
game.
was supposed to be playing with Wesley, but then I think he left last minute. I was really hoping to play with him. but finally-
Ragnar is tripping so hard that he's seeing tits on the phone. That's amazing. All right, turned nuts straight here for Philly
Not
Tanks.
big for
Josh
TCH. I was
has a
playing
whole
Billy
lot of
King,
nothing,
Billy GAF.
but he's going to
That's the
take a
one
stab.
that,
He's got just
Josh
king
used.
high, and he's going to say, how about
Apparently TC's going back
225?
again next week.
Philly
It's
Tanks
the third or fourth time.
probably going to go for a middling sized raise here, probably just like 5,
No, the
7,
Monday-
5 or
the Monday
something, you
game
know,
is
just
Would
to
you support,
eke
like,
out some
more
extra
expensive?
value
You
from
don't
2
do
pair
that.
or a 4.
It's a fucking
I go a little bit bigger,
basically like
650.
30, 60 game.
And yeah, it doesn't really matter if his opponent has 2 pair or a 4 there.
That game's
Let's try to get you a king high.
All right, well, congratulations to everyone in the chat for knowing that quantize is a word that I didn't know existed. I mean, I made the logical determination that it was something along the lines of quantify. Like, I got it. I figured it out, but I've never heard of it.
That would have been.
I also am not a physicist.
I won 200K. I'm scared.
Neither is everybody in the chat.
Give me a few.
How do you know?
Working up to
Why are you making assumptions about that?
Owen Austin with the match.
I would never have guessed that
Everybody in the
you're
chat
a
is a
physicist.
physicist.
Sure.
That would be the far superior assumption
None of
to
you.
base everything off of, and
Not-
then move to
Nobody.
at least one of them.
That any of us know
He
in
doesn't
real
have the
life.
full package. Like nobody is like as charismatic. Like goes through the game.
Oh my god, now that he said that, I will never be able to unsee it.
And in
The nipple?
Yeah.
Wait, which one is it? Is,
Seat
is
one.
it all of them?
Seat one.
Oh, it's seat one.
Seemingly infinite.
You have to like really kind of wrap your like it. You have to kind of look at it weird. It's not going to jump out at you at first, but once you see it, won't be able to unsee it.
Okay. All right. I look forward to seeing this.
Yeah.
Wait, seat 1. That doesn't-
Just wait for
yeah,
it.
okay.
Wait for
Alright.
wait for the table
I
to
like
like.
keep seeing it over here in 7 or whatever.
No, it's. You could say there's. I guess they all kind of look like nipples.
Well, that's got the nice rounded edge. Katelyn's betting 180 here with her double gutty. And on here with the pair of 8s is going nowhere. In fact, he's raising.
It came so
And
easy.
yeah, Katelyn has had enough. She is not going to realize her
All right,
equity
you
here.
see it now?
I used to play with like 70%.
No.
With the nipples like hanging off of it? Like, I don't get it.
You know, it's
Oh, okay. You gotta zoom.
Yeah, you
out,
gotta
and
zoom
it-
way out. Yeah.
And we've got a weird top-down view of it. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it now.
But it could be the other side also.
I like the
It's just like a really skinny, like little boy or something.
Oh,
We just made it so weird. God, Ragnarok Ruby, we now officially need new felt like tomorrow. Thanks a lot. We are getting new felt soon. On has aces.
that's a good hand.
He min-clicked it. Standard on style.
And nobody has anything. Is this gonna get folded all the way through? It does. On
And-
picks up.
To be fair, literally no one had anything.
Yeah, like real bad. Oh, that's funny.
you let me see a river. You
Some
get value
people
from your
claiming
river.
they can't see this.
I think I'm tempted.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Good for you.
Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest. I could be wrong. It could be 8.
It is funny how our brains like just make things out of nowhere, just to create.
That's how all of our vision is. You realize that? It's just our brains making assumptions about
And he pulled a diamond.
shit.
You see that?
You should quantize that, bro.
I don't think that word applies there.
I'm just fucking with you, man.
That second flop hit, I was like, oh my god, I have so many out.
Also, get off my lawn. Had enough. Had enough. Billy Tanks wins.
Was that a walk? Oh.
Got
Okay.
a couple of those tonight. A couple of
That's
walks.
not his bankroll. That's like his salary. And Bobby's
Yeah,
money.
Ragnar, you should.
Yes,
be sorry.
yeah, you really should be sorry. That was just
He launched it
like
between-
completely out of line.
Wait, who pays him?
He spewed the session before last. Yeah, he
All right, $25 straddle should be on
He
here
lost one of the
for
biggest
on.
pots they've
Yeah.
He lost like a
It's mandatory, so
$400,000 pot where
it's gonna be.
That was paid off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Blast. 150 into like 120 or whatever.
It's like
folding commences up front.
That's a pun. He said as much.
Josh here with a couple of trays. Thomas wants to know, do TCH buildings have RV hookups?
Yeah, not so much.
Funny. Good one. Josh just wins with the threes. Everyone has oh no, never mind. On has called from the straddle with Jack 6 off. I take it all back. And out flops his opponent. Josh here gonna take a stab though, just like maybe I can just get this one past the goalie that is on. And no, on will check raise this. Second pair.
Josh is like, ah.
All right, we're going to look at the V-pips once again. Doug has rocketed up above the Lottie line. Still holding out the lowest V-pip of
Yeah,
the
but
bunch.
that is Fish City V-pip. 19%?
He is out of line. Just absolutely out of line.
Yeah.
Someone should punish him for that.
He's played like 19 hands.
Wait.
Yeah.
All right, onwards and upwards.
I think you need to go back to the lab, Doug. You're just, this is no good.
Good lord, more napkins. Everybody just with complete crap. Slicer here, king queen off. He actually has a hand worthy of a raise. And Eric now on the button. The suited connector is going to go for a third bet. Not much action out of Eric here tonight, but he is coming in hot this time. Slicer with a hand that can go both ways. I think hijack versus button is a pretty standard just call rather than four bet.
A bunch of like
Does make that call, and there's a 6 on the flop.
They're looking for women. You like Shimi wanted me to come play with her when I was in Vegas. Jamie
Back
looked
pot
at it, asked
ratio
me
is
to come play
4.
with her.
Eric gonna put a little
They put
bet
out
out there, and
another Twitter
Slicer,
looking for women,
even
and
with
a bunch
the
of
2
like,
overs,
tagging.
will
I
not
was like, you know what?
continue.
I'll just set a
It's gonna be
date.
tough to
I'll go
continue
give it
there
a shot.
with
It's actually really frustrating because like
a
my
board
coach
as
didn't want me to
disconnected
go.
as
That
that.
was, like, a really bad
Even if you
idea.
pick up
He was,
something like a
shitting all
9
over it,
on the
and I was like
turn,
really upset, thinking
you're
about canceling.
just not
I know.
loving it when he bets
Exactly.
again. So yeah,
Exactly
ditch
why.
it. There was a problem with the server. Oh, that's
Yeah,
bad.
he was like,
Okay.
"You're gonna fly to California,
Yeah.
and take those expenses
Did you have that
for
on your
taking
phone?
No.
the game."
Oh.
And I'm like, okay,
I was gonna say, seems like it's a problem with your
and second of
server.
all, have you seen it? But no,
Yeah, 'cause
they're-
you were
Yeah,
standing
I got
on
a
it.
lot of negativity
Off
before
my
I went.
server.
And I mean, who's to say whether that's like them giving me what they truly think is their best advice, or just like.
All right, 25 minutes left in the stream. Miss Carolyn and I have one more gamble in about 10 minutes or so. We can think about firing that one off. I'm now stuck $20, so I just need to get my 20 back to be able to eat my own Taco Bell at this point.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Sort of unfortunate occurrence. Katelyn now, she's getting a rush of kings and aces here tonight. It's in a third bet over the open from downhill, and downhill is
Must
just
be
like,
nice, man.
get out of here, show it. You have to show it. Yeah, there it is.
I don't know. I don't know. I just keep getting aces.
I mean, she's
Easy
been
game.
hitting all this stuff, and we do know that that first pot got screwed up. She was supposed to be up an extra like $800
Yeah.
or something, but like it's not like Katelyn has turned that into some massive win, right? Like she's up
No,
like 500
she keeps getting
bucks on
these
the night.
huge hands, and it's not really.
Well, I mean, she
Really?
played a
more
13,
action than on,
8,
he
almost
got no
14K pot and had to chop it against ace king, right? Like that's nasty.
Yeah, he straddled and he got the walk.
I mean, the equity that she had against his hand is sort of, gag-inducing
Yeah.
when you think about chopping it. But you run it more than once, and that's what happens. You turn whatever your equity was into 50% a lot of the time.
Yeah. Eric has a pair. Philly Tanks has 2 cards that match shape and color. On has 2 cards, period. Optimize, also 2 cards matching shape and color. They also match the shape and color of Philly Tanks cards.
Shapes and colors, that's what you get here on TCH Live.
Philly Tanks flops open-ended and a pair. Backdoor diamonds as well.
Cannot bad, all things
Yeah.
considered.
Oh, yeah, I
That's
can
a
help you out.
pretty solid flop for 5-3.
Is that hard to push it
Downhill, though, also has a hand that is not hating this flop.
One time
Yeah.
I was trolling Kevin and he slid me his
Yeah,
hand.
this plays
He was
itself
folding,
out.
And I just like passed it right straight to the dealer.
420 is the bet here from downhill. I think Eric can actually do a couple of different things. I think a min-click raise is perfectly reasonable. Hoping just to get the chaff, like the rest of the players, out. Right, if he just calls, it sort of sets a good enough price for someone to come along with
Yeah.
other things like pairs and gut shots. Whereas if he min-clicks, he can isolate. Instead, he's just going to ditch it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, he's not loving it. I'm not sure. When it's so multi-way, it always feels like, yeah, I might have the best hand, but do I really want to battle here? And what
Right.
happens if somebody behind me wakes up with a re-raise? Like, it's
Like, and what if somebody just flopped this straight? Like, I mean, it's 7-5, just flop the straight, and like, I'm drawing
I'd
to
be
like
more worried
runner,
about
runner.
sets, but sure.
Yeah, or that, whatever. I mean, you might just be drawing super slim.
All right, it ends up whittled down to downhill and Philly
Oh.
Tanks, and Philly Tanks is going to get there on the turn.
Deuce of diamonds too. He cannot.
Yeah, open-ended.
Yeah,
steel wheel draw.
he's only losing to a 5. He could hit that little bonus we got.
Straight flush on the river for $100. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a steel wheel, it's 200 double.
Philly Tanks moves all in, though, doesn't give an opportunity.
King high again? Show him king
Or-
high. Show him king high.
Shows the 3 of diamonds. Was it 3 of diamonds?
3 diamonds for a pair.
Yeah. I mean, he could have a set. He could have 6 3 of diamonds.
Everyone clap. Well, okay, Blake and on. But I think it should be pretty clear that that's either like a 2-pair holding at minimum.
Yeah, it's 2 pair, a set, a straight. Like, I guess he could have a pair to flush draw,
The
but
slicer of that game.
that seems
Yeah.
a little. Yeah, no. I think it's almost 100% of the time just like
God, I'm sorry.
a made hand with redraws.
Yeah. And if you folded your 7-4 off for the pair of 4s and the gutty to ace 3 of diamonds, and that was the one hand that you could have beat that was doing that, so
It's
be
still
it,
a good
because
fold.
guess
Yeah,
what?
I
Yeah,
mean,
you still
yeah.
would have paid half the deck.
Just get out of there.
Standard. G-Man.
All right, here we go. Slicer raising it up with the ace king. Gets called in 2 spots and gets outflopped by both opponents. No, just one.
Yeah, Josh outflops him. They both gutty. However, Slicer's better. On. Going to go away.
And an ace here on the end, so suck, resuck. Josh now going to slow it down, and Slicer, I think, can safely go for value. 440 in the middle, nothing too crazy, 2 1/4, 250.
Looks like 2 1/4 to 250 to me. No, 275.
Oh, getting greedy, Slicer getting greedy, and I'm not sure if Josh will pay this off. Getting greedy, I mean, we're talking about pushing it by 25 or 50 bucks,
But the
honestly,
fact of the matter is that like Josh probably will announce to the table like, I don't know, I would have called 225.
he's going to call the 275, so Slicer pushed it to the max
Yeah.
and gets paid. You also have to think, like, if you were going to bluff, if you had some sort of, like, queen 10, and you were like, I guess I have to bluff to win this or something,
Then you would go a little bit bigger.
you might go a little bigger. I don't know. I guess pocket 4s, 3s, or 2s is the more likely thing to turn into a bluff than a 10. So,
I know, it was
yeah,
a
you
great
would definitely want to size up. Yeah, I like it.
But that hand like G-Man did. I would.
Almost final gamble time. You are going to get one last opportunity to try and
Yeah,
get your
but I'm
money back.
gonna lose because you're gonna freaking test the prevailing
I'm
winds.
studying. I'm studying it right now to see where we're at, and you know.
And then you're
how
gonna
long-
force me to go first or second based on how it.
Yeah,
shapes up.
that is the advantage of winning.
Working on this.
You should just win more, and then you'd have that advantage yourself.
Well, clearly I need to spend more time conversing with the Streamlabs gods.
Slicer asked G-Man.
Understand?
Yeah. Well, what are you doing with your life if you're not doing that?
Clearly fucking it up. That's what I'm doing with my life. Okay. All right. Said it.
What's the snakes? I don't know why.
All right. Eric will raise. Doug will call.
No, I
Jack
don't mean
3
the
offsuit.
dollars. I mean like
Oh, that
This
doesn't
is
seem.
either a misread or Doug is just tired of folding.
Well, considering the biggest buy-in I ever
Doug
played
isn't
is
tired. Like he lives to fold.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to call another bet. So I think it's safe to say that Doug doesn't have Jack 3 offsuit here.
fucking lose a 200K pot.
Although he did flop a pair.
No, I don't think the 3 is real. I think the Jack is
So
See me for
the
think
fact
he
of the
has
matter is, Josh gonna rip it with
gonna
sevens.
win 200K in a night and then just start grinding.
Effective second pair.
No, I'm saying obviously I'm retiring, but
Doug theoretically has, I think jacks maybe?
No, Jacks is too much. I think Queen Jack or Jack. Now he's thinking.
What if he has ace jack? He could have ace jack.
No, he would have called already. Maybe he actually has this shit
if I won the
hand.
main event,
Maybe
you
he
guys
heard
would
us
never
talking
see me.
about him and he's like, I'm going to play
Oh.
this garbage hand for no
Sorry,
reason.
Doug. I shouldn't have said anything. Because now you're just in this hand for no good reason.
Because I mean, he must have this hand actually, because nothing else makes sense.
Yeah,
He
nothing
wouldn't
else
be thinking about
tanked
any of the other jacks.
here.
no, I wouldn't.
No, we would snap call an ace. We would snap
No, I
call
know. That's what I'm
ratio.
saying.
fuck, man. Come on.
That's why I'm saying nothing else like
No,
thinks
this,
about
this is
it.
legit Doug's hand. This is silly. Okay.
Well, the one time Doug's just like, you know what? I'm on the button. I'm just gonna flat
How
call
long
Jack 3.
after I win the main event?
And call another raise. It was a 3-bet pot.
Oh yeah. Oh,
He
this is
flatted
really
twice.
weird.
That's why I didn't believe it.
Yeah, 6 sessions. My aces
Gonna
got
get away from it.
Did you have an ace?
What is bizarre?
That's your choice of weird hands to play? Like just nonsense
I
hands?
committed enough. There was
Yeah,
Strange. Very strange.
like, well, I've
maybe
raised,
he's
I
trying to one-up on. He's like, all right,
That's-
everybody thinks that I'm super nitty,
You
so then
need
I'm
to
gonna
start-
play random ass shit.
Like yesterday to one up on for today's stream. Like you're so far behind, it's pointless now. So
after committing, I'm
playing Jack 3 offsuit one time isn't gonna cut it.
That one really got the heart going. That one really got the
Well,
heart
yeah, and you didn't raise with it, right? It's like the ace 5
Right, exactly.
suited was
Flatted Jack 3 offsuit from the button,
I did not.
got 3-bet, and
Be
then
down in the
flatted again. Like it's just weird.
Like, yeah. Like I like watching, like Doug or On or anybody really, like whether
Little sad puppy. You knew I had it.
whoever it is, like make a non-standard play, but do it in an aggressive manner that maximizes your chances
Agreed,
of winning.
agreed, yeah,
'Cause then it's like,
absolutely.
it really doesn't matter that you had Jack 3.
But
You
in a
three-bet
passive
that
way,
guy.
then
Yeah.
it's like, what are you doing?
You just trying to bingo somebody with that hand? Like,
Pick a better hand to try. 6-3.
6-3 off.
6-3. You want to bingo somebody with a weird flat call.
all right, we got a hand here though. A couple of 10s for Dude
Ooh, 8.
and Ace Jack.
Oh, did Katelyn fold the 8?
She did fold. She did fold. This was a raise and a 3-bet on the button. She folds
Top
from the
set,
straddle.
man.
Overpair for Doug. He's not folding, and it does go for the quick check call. 4 clubs. This board is super safe. He is losing to some big overpairs, and that is about it. Let's see if Downhill wants to sell this story all the way. He does not. He's going to shut it down, take a free river. 6 of hearts does nothing for him. Does have the Jack of hearts, but that's pretty meaningless. And I suspect Doug will check here. A bet doesn't accomplish a whole lot, yeah. And Downhill's just done with it. 10s are good. Jack 3 also would have been good. 6-3, way good.
10s two-handed in a row.
Jack 3's not good there.
Sure it is.
You have to be 10s with one pair.
For Doug.
Oh,
For
okay,
Doug.
okay. Sorry. I was like, that's a pair of 3s. What are you talking about?
What is wrong with you?
God.
I kind of wanted
All right, what is your
Oh, shoot.
crystal ball tell you? She's scrolling through to look
gotta-
at
I gotta
this
find out.
freaking rolls.
I'll go first. I will go first.
Dude, if you get a 1, I am gonna do a lap around the building.
It's fine. My crystal ball is not
Broken.
particularly clear, so. Oops, I didn't put a number in. Shit.
Just gamble.
Yeah. No, it just says nothing.
Nothing, presumably.
No, I think we're good.
It's not even the right thing to open. I think
All right, we've got a single raise pot here and a bunch of calls, it looks
Yeah.
like.
main event would not go 0.
66 for you?
Play very little.
Hold. Yeah.
Damn it, why is your method working? This is so stupid. I don't like it at all.
Plunk down 400.
Yeah, I don't.
It's great. This is great.
I don't.
I call some sort of foul. Shouldn't be allowed that you could just scroll through the chat and be like, cool, this is what I do, and I win.
You can do it. You can do the same.
Yeah, I don't believe in
Well, that's your problem.
nonsense.
Mine.
Optimize here, gonna outflop Josh.
Yeah.
Check calls
But I'm
flop,
never gonna win
checks
anything.
turn, and Josh does pick up additional equity here, but this is a pretty connected board to try to sell a story.
Oh,
he's
and
gonna
he's
go all
gonna
in
go
though,
for it.
and Optimize can't fold.
No, he's got top pair and open-ended. Yeah, he's in there.
Up to you, man.
He doesn't probably realize that his open-ender is not so much open-ended.
Rip it twice, otherwise known as run it twice, and that is going to be a straight for both players on the end. So quarter it up. Half of Josh's stack is going to go the way of Optimize, and then he will quarter him on the main pot as well.
I feel like I have to see what Optimize's VPIP was, because I don't feel like I've seen him in many hands today. Yeah, that's accurate. 20%. That's on the low side.
Yeah,
Even for
Optimize
him,
not-
he's at the same number as Doug. So
Yeah, Optimize not like a blasty player, but yeah.
no, but
as
he
you
does
say,
usually play more hands.
Sure, more like 25%.
When he 3-bet with 6-3. Like, I mean, that's a low VPIP for him.
I
He is
concur.
still in a reasonable above the lottie line zone though.
As is everyone here.
Yeah. Well above. Even Doug. I'm impressed.
All right, Jesse, getting the pot chopped up. And we'll move right along. We've got another 10 minutes or so here in the broadcast.
Yeah, give you a quick update where we're at right now. See if we can't turn those numbers around in some meaningful way in the next 10 minutes. That would be exciting, really.
So I went to, you weren't here for this conversation. This was last week, I think. Yeah, last Thursday. And we had a big conversation in the chat about fast food places.
Yeah.
And so I went to Raising Cane's after the stream because I hadn't been before.
I've never been, but I've heard fantastic things.
It was super mediocre.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never
was
been.
Like
Yeah.
a total shrug.
Disappointing?
No need to go back.
Okay.
Now, that could be location dependent, perhaps, but like every time I've gone to a Chick-fil-A, they have had very consistent.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point
like,
of
chicken,
fast
right?
food is like, that's
It's-
one of the things about it is that it doesn't matter where you go to
Exactly.
that chain restaurant and it
Yeah.
should be like pretty consistent. Like
Yeah.
the variation should be very minimal.
Exactly. So, anyways, my take on the Raising Cane's was very mediocre. It was fine. It
Yeah.
was good, but like my French fries, it was the crinkle cut fries, and like a bunch of them were just like overdone. So it was sort of like eye rolly in that department. But
Yeah.
the chicken was just sort of standard. Then had some people blowing up about we were talking about Cabo Bob's versus like Chipotle and Qdoba
Yeah.
and such. Somebody was like, "Oh, you got to go to we have an all in here. Josh is all in for his nub. We're gonna run it twice, and tens are looking to hold
And they do.
both times. Optimize here,
And then I got to Houston
getting
at like
the
5
tens
a.m.
again
Had a
here
nap
tonight
for a
and
couple
winning
hours. That was
the
pretty
rest
uncomfortable.
of Josh's
I usually
chips.
sleep on flights all right.
Um,
The sweet lady in the middle
Yeah,
seat
so
kept sleeping all
I
night.
agree, Ragnar.
I
Just super
didn't have a
average. But
heart.
then,
She's
so
so
the other
nice lady,
conversation
so I
point was
just
about
let
Freebird World Burrito.
Yeah,
Had never been in there before.
I've never have either. There's
So I
one
went to one.
not far from me.
Seat open, live stream.
Terrible.
Oh, really?
Like it was
It was bad. Like, not just mediocre. It was just bad.
It was like in the pecking order, like Cabo Bob's clearly at the top,
Yeah.
and then just like Chipotle, Qdoba, whatever. It
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. Like Freebird way down at the bottom. Like I was
Interesting.
very unimpressed. I don't know. That's my take, obviously.
I mean, I've never been there, so I don't have an opinion on it. But, you know, based on the popularity of it, that doesn't really surprise me. You know, if it was as good or better than any of the other competitors, then
You'd
it,
see 'em everywhere.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had to look up where my nearest.
Yeah, there's one
Freebird
up
was.
in my neck of the woods, like on the way between here and my house. But I've never been there.
All right, Katelyn has Jack 9 of diamonds. She's going to open it up. Off. We'll make the call. Philly Tanks, perhaps in there as well.
6-3.
6-3 is the nuts. Philly Tanks is in there. On is going to take a stab at this,
Like she'll tune in.
So no.
and I think this is just going to win. Because how do you
Yeah,
continue
I
with
mean,
these
for
other two
sure.
hands?
You know what the
Yeah,
cutoff
Katelyn's
is?
done. Tanks is done. That's it.
Does she know what the
On
cutoff
wins.
Well played on. Well.
So the next place that I need to go is Mighty Fine Burgers. Have you been to Mighty Fine?
I've never been there, but someone did bring me bring me a burger from there one time when they ordered when I was working.
What if they were
One of the players here, and it was
Yeah, I assume that.
not my favorite.
Standard fare.
Well, they're like smash burgers, I believe, if I remember correctly. It's just like the patties are just crushed. Like, I don't know. It was. I prefer Five Guys.
Okay. Okay.
That's my jam.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Five Guys. is good.
so I thought it was not comparable
You know
to
who like
Five
Joe
Guys.
Hashem is?
Okay.
'Cause we met him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the next one on the list though of things that I need to.
I mean, there's so many
Okay.
places that I've never been to that I, I'm curious as to what they have, but am I going to ever try them?
Well, you've got a few data points for me anyway.
Yeah, that's not encouraging me to branch out though.
Yeah.
So far, I think I might just stay in my little comfort bubble.
Yeah.
The White Sox.
All blockchain. All right, Eric here going to flop top pair. Philly Tank's second pair that turns into trips. Very fortunate turn card here for Philly Tank's. Quick check, as that 9 is not a good card. And how about a full house for Philly Tanks here? I'm going to try to get some value out of Eric.
Yeah.
I presume that
No.
Eric will not be betting this
Like I
for
had one really
value.
standard hand once. where,
Does
like,
indeed check it over, and Philly Tank's going to take
went all in with these
a shot at 150. This is small enough
Eric
to
is
get
gonna
paid.
call, yeah. Snap call. He could have probably gotten 175. I mean, but you don't want to be greedy.
Shouldn't be watching.
Indeed. Have you ever been to Dan's? It looks like it's straight out of the 50s. Yeah.
Oh no, but somebody said it's really good. I mean, but again, people have said that same thing about Raising Cane's and about.
Like every
places,
place.
yeah,
Somebody
so,
loves everything, right? Like, I used to eat at this place. It's just literally a shack with no sign on the front. And, you know,
They
eat
made
dirt
really
out of
good,
a
great
bucket.
food.
It's amazing. Yeah.
So no, I have never had it, but I have heard good things.
Okay. I drive past them. There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know, it looks like a thing. You know, obviously
Sure.
it's been around for a while, but I just never go there.
Me neither.
I don't usually go out for a burger anyways. If I do, I usually go to like a more of a sit-down restaurant. You know, like I get a
Yeah.
a real burger meal, not just like a fast food thing. If I'm gonna do fast food, it's usually
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
I agree.
That's all anyone talks about.
Yeah, I mean, I love burgers. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But fast food burgers, and I think that's probably why fast food burgers are just so disappointing
Yeah.
compared to like either one I make at home or like at a
I saw
sit-down
her in the
restaurant.
background of another vlog she was playing.
Agreed.
$1, $2 screen.
Yeah, Ragnar here bringing up Culver's again. Culver's is quite good.
Yep, never been there either.
Yeah, a
Wow, I
Midwest
feel like-
chain that has ported down here.
Oh, okay.
And so they had them everywhere in Wisconsin. And that used to be, that was definitely the fast food place to go to. There was no question about it, hands
Gotcha.
down. You went to Culver's. Very good burger, and you could get cheese curds, like real Midwest fare. It was good.
Yeah, definitely. I've never. I'm feeling very like uncultured by all these places. I just have to be like, nope, never been there.
Yeah.
But granted, they're all fast food restaurants, so I guess I don't really care.
Yeah, no, you get to like raise your nose and pinky.
Oh, I don't eat it.
Oh, I don't go there. No big deal.
Oh no, I've never been there. I have no interest.
All right, we've got 3 players seeing a flop here. Ace, King, 5, 2-tone.
Hearts and a pair for on. That's the nuts.
Gonna launch some chips into Optimize's stack.
Slicer, not a believer though. He says, prove it.
I think mostly Slicer is looking for an opportunity to make the nuts against on.
Yeah, of course.
if
And
you
Philly Tanks feeling similarly. 9 of hearts on the turn is going to give on the nuts.
Yeah. 865 in the middle. Small little bet here. Come on, guys. Let's see a turn. Slicer's out of the way. And Philly Tanks here. Wow, he's going to make this call with nut no pair.
Wow.
That is a fairly speculative call.
Flat there, your range is capped. I should just
Does not improve on the end, though, so it's going to
Yeah.
be pretty tough for him to pay anything off. Unless he just completely believes that on is on like 10 high here.
like 75 I call you goes 200.
Yeah, he can't call anything, right? I hope not.
It would be.
He doesn't have enough behind to turn this into a bluff.
Yeah, full pot size bet. On will snap turn it over though too, so no question as to how strong he was.
How many more hands we got,
Want to
Chris?
hear about this hand?
All right, 2 more hands. Before you guys leave, don't forget to hit the like button and fill out that form. Get in that cruise. Go spend 7 nights on the high seas with Aaron, apparently. I didn't know he was going.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, get in there.
It's gonna be
Or
awesome.
on there. Or out there. But not under there. Because that's under the high seas, and that sounds like drowning.
Maybe for a little bit. You know, go for
Yeah, a
a
little
little dip.
scuba.
1900.
A little snorkel. Wow. My in-laws just got back from Hawaii, where they were snorkeling and did some other things.
Nice. Did they
Ah.
scuba? Did they?
They did
snorkel?
not scuba. They did go snorkeling.
Yeah, scuba is a pretty involved process to
For sure.
actually.
Like, usually you can't do it without, like, training and stuff. Snorkeling, on the other hand. Jedi Master Ted, thank you. #1 fan. You're the best.
Yeah, thanks, man. Happy to have you guys hanging out with us here tonight. Has been fun, as always. Eric here, going to raise it up with the ace-6 of clubs. Optimize certainly going to come along, as will on and slicer. So here we go. 4 ways to a flop.
Little home stretch, you know?
Up and down straight draw here for slicer. Couple of, a couple of pairs, Eric and on. On will do what he do and donk out at this for 175. No, I guess check to by Eric, so he can take the lead if he wants. Slicer's certainly not going anywhere. He's going to make the call.
Eric, on the other hand, will get away.
Heads up to a turn, another 10. Does bring in the spade flush draw for on as well as the pair of 7. Check though. Slicer gets a free look at the river. Doesn't help. With just 8 high, is he going to take a stab at this? I mean,
Against
on,
on, I mean-
you have 8 high. I think on is going to call this
I agree.
for sure.
Played at the win mostly?
The poker room is the encore.
Is what?
Encore.
Encore, yeah, on the other
Win
side.
it's the roulette and
Shake of the head, a toss of the chips, and a ship of the pot for on. A7.
I think I win.
I
Yeah.
can beat 7 high.
All right, so on chipping up a little bit here at the end.
Yeah, taking a dent out of that. That's not updated yet. So.
No, it's not. But after adding nearly 1,000, that's
Yeah.
the
2.75. Yeah, that's he's making a comeback. Let's look at this little chart. Let's just take a little peek at the line graph. It's not a chart, it's like a graph. So we can see the progression of his day.
I promise you on my list 5 years ago that was not true.
5, 10, I mean the 10, 20.
There we go. So we started up,
5 years ago, you were
took
wrong.
a free fall,
10, 20, there's a big.
and is climbing his way back slowly but surely.
very few plateaus from our man on. He plays
Yeah.
every hand, so he's just gonna always move on every
Yep.
hand. Whereas if you looked at Doug's, it would probably just be like a lot of flats
Oh,
with
we
a few
can,
little.
and we will.
All right, this is gonna be the last stream of the last hand of the stream.
Yeah, a little bomb pot action to close it out. Uh-oh, we got to miss it.
Perfect time to look at Doug's plateauing hands, but no.
Well, no, it says both. There we go. We're gonna look at both of them. Doug's mostly flat, but you know.
We're maxing out the memory on.
Yeah,
The, here.
it's having a real hard time with this, but let's see if it comes up. We bought ourselves some extra time with the Mistio, so it was actually worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Kristen. So thank you for that.
There's on 2.0.
And
And there's Doug. A lot of flat spaces in there. Fold, 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 fold.
Doug obviously is going to argue that his line graph is superior, and it is. But On's high point is significantly higher than Doug's.
Absolutely right. All right, first board. Here on the yellow bomb pot. King 8-4, a couple of spades. Now 10, 9, 7. So middling cards going to be the ones you want. Downhill has a bunch of middling cards.
And yet,
Avishai, who has dropped in for the.
I know. I thought I saw his
last hand of the
face. I know he was in there a couple more hands, but
night. Oh, okay.
Avi is. I like Avi a lot. He's fun.
If I had
Yeah.
me
Oh,
laugh.
fantastic guy at TCH regular.
The sharpest dressed man at TCH at all times.
Not those.
Although today, I'm sure that's like some kind of designer T-shirt or something, but like he usually comes in very, very sharp.
Super fly.
Yeah.
Optimize here has a hand that would normally look really, really good, except in a bomb pot,
Yeah.
you don't really connect well. He is going to call, though.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Just the overfloat with the overpair. I mean, I don't disagree with that at times with aces, but
All those middling
aces is
cards
good
actually.
right now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, he's up against kings and fours on top.
No,
Sorry, that's
aces
now,
and
yeah,
eights.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there's an 8 now on the turn. Get out of here. Get off my lawn.
But
Immediately turn off all the lights.
8 jack is the nuts on the bottom, so On can get that through just because, I mean, you can't call when you're getting beat on both boards by 2 cards. You know, it's just such a tough call to make.
Yeah. Yeah, on
And
does,
very little opportunity to improve. So,
Yeah, on does what he's been doing the whole night.
all
which is
right,
just blast away
well
and take
played.
them.
We're gonna go through these little tables just because this was requested at one point. Everybody wants all the stats all at once.
Gotta get them stats, yo.
All right, we got a little stacky stack, a little Ernie earn.
All right, what are you gonna do with this one?
No, I was just trying to think of that. A little pippy pip. No, we're done now. This
right,
game is
all right.
over.
That's gonna be all
Yeah,
she wrote
PFR
here
not gonna be back into.
on TCH Live. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. For myself, Aaron McAvoy, for Carolyn, for Padawan producer Kristen, and all of the staff here at TCH Austin. We will see you guys next time here on Monday for our special stream, John Party and Friends. 2-5 on Monday night. So we look forward to seeing you guys then. You all have a good night. Take care.
Good night.
You're leaving too?